Pierre. "Probe, probe a little, see, there seems one little crack there, Pierre. A wedge, something ever comes of all persistent inquiry. We are not so continually curious for nothing, Pierre. Not for nothing do we so intrigue and become wily diplomatists, and losers with our own minds, Pierre, and afraid of following the Indian trail from the open plain into the dark thickets, Pierre. But enough. A word to the wise." Thus, sometimes in the mystical outer quietude of the long country nights, either when the hushed mansion was banked round by the thick fallen December snows, or banked round by the immovable white August moonlight, in the haunted repose of a wide story, tenanted only by himself, and sentineling his own little closet, and standing guard, as it were, before the mystical tent of the picture, and ever watching the strangely concealed lights of the meanings that so mysteriously moved to and fro within. Thus sometimes stood Pierre before the portrait of his father, unconsciously throwing himself open to all those ineffable hints and ambiguities and undefined half-suggestions which now and then people the soul's atmosphere as thickly as in a soft, steady snowstorm the snowflakes people the air. Yet, as often starting from these reveries and trances, Pierre would regain the assured element of consciously bidden and self-propelled thought, and then, in a moment, the air all cleared, not a snowflake descended, and Pierre, upbraiding himself for his self-indulgent infatuation, would promise never again to fall into a midnight reverie before the chair portrait of his father. Nor did the streams of these reveries seem to leave any conscious sediment in his mind. They were so light and so rapid that they rolled their own alluvial along, and seemed to leave all Pierre's thought channels as clean and dry as though never any alluvial stream had ever rolled there at all. And so still in his sober, cherishing memories, his father's beatification remained untouched, and all the strangeness of the portrait only served to invest his ideas with a fine, legendary romance, the essence whereof was that very mystery which at other times was so subtly and evilly significant. But now, Isabel's letter read. Swift as the first light that slides from the sun, Pierre saw all preceding ambiguities, all mysteries ripped open as if with a keen sword, and forth trooped thickening phantoms of an infinite gloom. Now his remotest infantile reminiscences, the wandering mind of his father, the empty hand and the ashen, the strange story of Aunt Dorothea, the mystical midnight suggestions of the portrait itself, and, above all, his mother's intuitive aversion, all overwhelmed him with reciprocal testimonies. And now, by irresistible intuitions, all that had been inexplicably mysterious to him in the portrait, and all that had been inexplicably familiar in the face, most magically these now coincided, the merriness of the one not inharmonious with the mournfulness of the other, but by some ineffable correlativeness they reciprocally identified each other and, as it were, melted into each other, and thus interpenetratingly uniting, presented lineaments of an added supernaturalness. On all sides, the physical world of solid objects now slidingly displaced itself from around him, and he floated into an ether of visions, and, starting to his feet with clenched hands and outstaring eyes at the transfixed face in the air, he ejaculated that wonderful verse from Dante, descriptive of the two mutually absorbing shapes in the Inferno. Ah, how dost thou change! Agnello, see! Thou art not double now, nor only one. Book 5. Misgivings and Preparations. 1. It was long after midnight when Pierre returned to the house. He had rushed forth in that complete abandonment of soul which, in so ardent a temperament, attends the first stages of any sudden and tremendous affliction. But now he returned in pallid composure, for the calm spirit of the night, and the then-risen moon, and the late-revealed stars had all at last become as a strange subduing melody to him, which, though at first trampled and scorned, yet by degrees had stolen into the windings of his heart, and so shed abroad its own quietude in him. Now, from his height of composure, he firmly gazed abroad upon the charred landscape within him, as the timberman of Canada, forced to fly from the conflagration of his forests, comes back again when the fires have waned, and unblinkingly eyes the immeasurable fields of firebrands that here and there glow beneath the wide canopy of smoke. It has been said that always when Pierre would seek solitude in its material shelter and walled isolation, then the closet communicating with his chamber was his elected haunt. So, going to his room, he took up the now dim-burning lamp he had left there, and instinctively entered that retreat, seating himself, with folded arms and bowed head, in the accustomed dragon-footed old chair. With leaden feet and heart now changing from iciness to a strange sort of indifference, and a numbing sensation stealing over him, he sat there a while, till, like the resting traveller in snows, he began to struggle against this inertness as the most treacherous and deadliest of symptoms. He looked up, and found himself fronted by the no longer wholly enigmatical, but still ambiguously smiling picture of his father. Instantly all his consciousness and his anguish returned, but still without power to shake the grim tranquillity which possessed him. Yet endure the smiling portrait he could not, and obeying an irresistible nameless impulse, he rose, and without unhanging it, reversed the picture on the wall. This brought to sight the defaced and dusty back, with some wrinkled, tattered paper over the joints which had become loosened from the paste. "O symbol of thy reversed idea in my soul," groaned Pierre, "thou shalt not hang thus. Rather cast thee utterly out than conspicuously insult thee so. I will no more have a father." He removed the picture wholly from the wall and the closet, and concealed it in a large chest, covered with blue chintz, and locked it up there. But still, in a square space of slightly discoloured wall, the picture still left its shadowy but vacant and desolate trace. He now strove to banish the least trace of his altered father, as fearful that at present all thoughts concerning him were not only entirely vain, but would prove fatally distracting and incapacitating to a mind, which was now loudly called upon, not only to endure a signal grief, but immediately to act upon it. Wild and cruel case, youth ever thinks, but mistakenly, for experience well knows that action, though it seems an aggravation of woe, is really an palliative, though permanently to alleviate pain we must first dart some added pangs. Nor now, though profoundly sensible that his whole previous moral being was overturned, and that for him the fair structure of the world must, in some then unknown way, be entirely rebuilded again, from the lowermost cornerstone up, nor now did Pierre torment himself with the thought of that last desolation, and how the desolate place was to be made flourishing again. He seemed to feel that in his deepest soul lurked an indefinite but potential faith, which could rule in the interregnum of all hereditary beliefs and circumstantial persuasions. Not wholly, he felt, was his soul in anarchy. The indefinite regent had assumed the sceptre as its right, and Pierre was not entirely given up to his grief's utter pillage and sack. To a less enthusiastic heart than Pierre's, the foremost question in respect to Isabel which would have presented itself would have been, "What must I do?" But such a question never presented itself to Pierre. The spontaneous responsiveness of his being left no shadow of dubiousness as to the direct point he must aim at. But if the object was plain, not so the path to it. How must I do it was a problem for which at first there seemed no chance of solution. But without being entirely aware of it himself, Pierre was one of those spirits which, not in a determinate and sordid scrutiny of small pros and cons, but in an impulsive subservience to the godlike dictation of events themselves, find at length the surest solution of perplexities and the brightest prerogative of command. And as for him, what must I do, was a question already answered by the inspiration of the difficulty itself. So now he, as it were, unconsciously discharged his mind for the present of all distracting considerations concerning how he should do it, assured that the coming interview with Isabel could not but unerringly inspire him there. Still, the inspiration which had thus far directed him had not been entirely mute and undivulging, as to many very bitter things which Pierre foresaw in the wide sea of trouble into which he was plunged. If it be the sacred province, and, by the wisest deemed, the inestimable compensation of the heavier woes, that they both purge the soul of gay-hearted errors and replenish it with a saddened truth, that holy office is not so much accomplished by any covertly inductive reasoning process, whose original motive is received from the particular affliction, as it is the magical effect of the admission into man's inmost spirit of a before unexperienced and wholly inexplicable element, which, like electricity suddenly received into any sultry atmosphere of the dark, in all directions splits itself into nimble lances of purifying light, which at one and the same instant discharge all the air of sluggishness and inform it with an illuminating property, so that objects which before, in the uncertainty of the dark, assumed shadowy and romantic outlines, now lighted up in their substantial realities, so that in these flashing revelations of grief's wonderful fire we see all things as they are, and though, when the electric element is gone, the shadows once more descend, and the false outlines of objects again return, yet not with their former power to deceive, for now, even in the presence of the falsest aspects, we still retain the impressions of their immovable true ones, though, indeed, once more concealed. Thus with Pierre. In the joyous young times, ere his great grief came upon him, all the objects which surrounded him were concealingly deceptive. Not only was the long-cherished image of his rather now transfigured before him from a green-foliaged tree into a blasted trunk, but every other image in his mind attested the universality of that electral light which had darted into his soul. Not even his lovely, immaculate mother remained entirely untouched, unaltered by the shock. At her changed aspect, when first revealed to him, Pierre had gazed in a panic, and now, when the electrical storm had gone by, he retained in his mind that so suddenly revealed image with an infinite mournfulness. She, who, in her less splendid but finer and more spiritual part, had ever seemed to Pierre not only as a beautiful saint before whom to offer up his daily orisons, but also as a gentle lady counsellor and confessor, and her revered chamber as a soft satin-hung cabinet and confessional. His mother was no longer this all-alluring thing. No more, he too keenly felt, could he go to his mother as to one who entirely sympathized with him, as to one before whom he could almost unreservedly unbosom himself, as to one capable of pointing out to him the true path where he seemed most beset. Wonderful, indeed, was that electric insight which fate had now given him into the vital character of his mother. She well might have stood all ordinary tests, But when Pierre thought of the touchstone of his immense strait applied to her spirit, he felt profoundly assured that she would crumble into nothing before it. She was a noble creature, but formed chiefly for the gilded prosperities of life, and hitherto mostly used to its unruffled serenities, bred and expanded in all developments under the sole influence of hereditary forms and world usages. Not his refined, courtly, loving, equable mother, Pierre felt could unreservedly and like a heaven's heroine meet the shock of his extraordinary emergency and applaud to his heart's echo a sublime resolve whose execution should call down the astonishment and the jeers of the world. My mother, dearest mother, God hath given me a sister, and unto thee a daughter, and covered her with the world's extremest infamy and scorn, that so I and thou, my mother, mightest gloriously own her and acknowledge her, and— Nay, nay, groaned Pierre, never, never could such syllables be one instant tolerated by her. Then, high up and towering and all forbidding before Pierre grew the before unthought-of wonderful edifice of his mother's immense pride. Her pride of birth, her pride of affluence, her pride of purity, and all the pride of high-born, refined, and wealthy life, and all the Semiramian pride of woman. Then he staggered back upon himself, and only found support in himself. Then Pierre felt that deep in him lurked a divine unidentifiableness that owned no earthly kith or kin. Yet was this feeling entirely lonesome and orphan-like? Fain, then, for one moment would he have recalled the thousand sweet illusions of life, though purchased at the price of life's truth, so that once more he might not feel himself driven out, an infant Ishmael, into the desert, with no maternal Hagar to accompany and comfort him. Still, were these emotions without pride to his own love for his mother, and without the slightest bitterness respecting her, and, least of all, there was no shallow disdain toward her of superior virtue. He too plainly saw that not his mother had made his mother, but the infinite haughtiness had first fashioned her, and then the haughty world had further moulded her, nor had he a haughty ritual omitted to finish her. Wonderful, indeed, we repeat it, was the electrical insight which Pierre now had into the character of his mother, for not even the vivid recalling of her lavish love for him could suffice to gainsay his sudden persuasion. Love me she doth, thought Pierre, but how? Loveth she me with the love past all understanding? That love which in the loved one's behalf would still calmly confront all hate, whose most triumphing hymn triumphs only by swelling above all opposing taunts and despite? Loving mother, here have I a loved but world-infamous sister to own, and if thou lovest me, mother, thy will love her too, and in the proudest drawing-room take her so much the more proudly by the hand. And as Pierre thus in fancy led Isabel before his mother, and in fancy led her away, and felt his tongue cleave to the roof of his mouth, with her transfixing look of incredulous, scornful horror, then Pierre's enthusiastic heart sunk in, and caved clean away in him, as he so poignantly felt his first feeling of the dreary heart-vacancies of the conventional life. O heartless, proud, ice-gilded world, how I hate thee, he thought, that thy tyrannous, insatiate grasp, thus now in my bitterest need, thus doth rob me even of my mother, thus doth make me now doubly an orphan, without a green grave to bedew. My tears, could I weep them, must now be wept in the desolate places. Now to me is it as though both father and mother had gone on distant voyages and, returning, died in unknown seas. She loveth me, aye, but why? Had I been cast in a cripple's mould, how then? Now do I remember that in her most caressing love there ever gleams some scaly, glittering folds of pride. Me she loveth with pride's love. In me she thinks she seeth her own curled and haughty beauty. Before my glass she stands, pride's priestess, and to her mirrored image, not to me, she offers up her offerings of kisses. Oh, small thanks I owe thee, favourable goddess, that didst clothe this form with all the beauty of a man, that so thou mightest hide from me all the truth of a man. Now I see that in his beauty a man is snared, and made stone blind as the worm within its silk. Welcome then be ugliness, and poverty, and infamy, and all ye other crafty ministers of truth, that beneath the hoods and rags of beggars hide yet the belts and crowns of kings. And dimmed be all beauty that must own the clay, and dimmed be all wealth, and all delight, and all the annual prosperities of earth, that but gild the links, and stud with diamonds the base rivets and the chains of lies. Oh, now, methinks, I a little see why of old the men of truth went barefoot, girded with a rope, and ever moving under mournfulness as underneath a canopy. I remember now those first wise words wherewith our Saviour Christ first spoke in his first speech to men. Blessed are the poor in spirit, and blessed they that mourn. Oh, hitherto I have but piled up words, bought books, and bought some small experiences, and builded me in libraries. Now I sit down and read. Oh, now I know the night, and comprehend the sorceries of the moon, and all the dark persuadings that have their birth in storms and winds. Oh, not long will joy abide, when truth doth come, nor grief her laggard be. Well may this head hang on my breast. It holds too much. Well may my heart knock at my ribs, prisoner impatient of his iron bars. Oh, men are jailers all, jailers of themselves, and in opinion's world ignorantly hold their noblest part a captive to their vilest, as disguised royal Charles when caught by peasants. The heart, 'tis God's anointed. Let me pursue the heart. 2. But if the presentiment in Pierre of his mother's pride, as bigotedly hostile to the noble design he cherished, if this feeling was so wretched to him, far more so was the thought of another and a deeper hostility, arising from her more spiritual part. For her pride would not be so scornful as her wedded memories reject with horror the unmentionable imputation involved in the mere fact of Isabel's existence. In what galleries of conjecture, among what horrible haunting toads and scorpions, would such a revelation lead her? When Pierre thought of this, the idea of at all divulging his secret to his mother not only was made repelling by its hopelessness, as an infirm attack upon her citadel of pride, but was made in the last degree inhuman, as torturing her in her tenderest recollections, and desecrating the whitest altar in her sanctuary. Though the conviction that he must never disclose his secret to his mother was originally unmeditated, and as it were an inspired one, yet now he was almost painstaking in scrutinizing the entire circumstances of the matter, in order that nothing might be overlooked. For already he vaguely felt that upon the concealment or the disclosure of this thing, with reference to his mother, hinged his whole future course of conduct, his whole earthly weal, and Isabel's. But the more and the more that he pondered upon it, the more and the more fixed became his original conviction. He considered that in the case of a disclosure, all human probability pointed to his mother's scornful rejection of his suit as a pleader for Isabel's honourable admission into the honourable mansion of the Glendennings. Then, in that case, unconsciously thought Pierre, I shall have given the deep poison of a miserable truth to my mother, without benefit to any, and positive harm to all. And through Pierre's mind there then darted a baleful thought. how that the truth should not always be paraded, how that sometimes a lie is heavenly and truth infernal. Filially infernal, truly, thought Pierre, if I should by one vile breath of truth blast my father's blessed memory in the bosom of my mother, and plant the sharpest dagger of grief in her soul. I will not do it. But as this resolution in him opened up so dark and wretched a background to his view, he strove to think no more of it now, but postpone it until the interview with Isabel should have in some way more definitely shaped his purposes. For, when suddenly encountering the shock of new and unanswerable revelations, which he feels must revolutionize all the circumstances of his life, man at first ever seeks to shun all conscious definitiveness in his thoughts and purposes. As assured that the lines that shall precisely define his present misery and thereby lay out his future path, these can only be defined by sharp stakes that cut into his heart. 3. Most melancholy of all the hours of earth is that one long grey hour which to the watcher by the lamp intervenes between the night and day, when both lamp and watcher, overtasked, grow sickly in the pallid light, and the watcher, seeking for no gladness in the dawn, sees naught but garish vapours there, and almost invokes a curse upon the public day that shall invade his lonely night of sufferance. The one small window of his closet looked forth upon the meadow, and across the river, and far away to the distant heights storied with the great deeds of the Glendennings. Many a time had Pierre sought this window before sunrise, to behold the blood-red, outflinging dawn that would wrap those purple hills as with a banner. But now the morning dawned in mist and rain, and came drizzlingly upon his heart. Yet, as the day advanced, and once more showed to him the accustomed features of his room by that natural light which, till this very moment, had never lighted him but to his joy, now that the day and not the night was witness to his woe, now first the dread reality came appallingly upon him. A sense of horrible forlornness, feebleness, impotence, and infinite, eternal desolation possessed him. It was not merely mental, but corporeal also. He could not stand, and when he tried to sit, his arms fell floorwards, as tied to leaden weights. Dragging his ball and chain, he fell upon his bed, for when the mind is cast down, only in sympathetic proneness can the body rest, whence the bed is often grief's first refuge. Half stupefied as with opium, he fell into the profoundest sleep. In an hour he awoke, instantly recalling all the previous night, and now, finding himself a little strengthened, and lying so quietly and silently there, almost without bodily consciousness, but his soul unobtrusively alert, careful not to break the spell by the least movement of a limb or the least turning of his head. Pierre steadfastly faced his grief, and looked deep down into his eyes, and thoroughly and calmly and summarily comprehended it now, so at least he thought, and what it demanded from him, and what he must quickly do in its more immediate sequences, and what that course of conduct was, which he must pursue in the coming unevadable breakfast interview with his mother, and what, for the present, must be his plan with Lucy. His time of thought was brief. Rising from his bed, he steadied himself upright a moment, and then, going to his writing desk, in a few, at first faltering but at length unlagging lines, traced the following note. I must ask pardon of you, Lucy, for so strangely absenting myself last night, but you know me well enough to be very sure that I would not have done so without important cause. I was in the street approaching your cottage when a message reached me, imperatively calling me away. It is a matter which will take up all my time and attention for possibly 2 or 3 days. I tell you this now that you may be prepared for it. And I know that however unwelcome this may be to you, you will yet bear with it for my sake. For indeed and indeed, Lucy dear, I would not dream of staying from you so long unless irresistibly coerced to it. Do not come to the mansion until I come to you, and do not manifest any curiosity or anxiety about me, should you chance in the interval to see my mother in any other place. Keep just as cheerful as if I were by you all the time. Do this now, I conjure you, and so farewell." He folded the note and was about sealing it when he hesitated a moment, and instantly unfolding it, read it to himself. But he could not adequately comprehend his own writing, for a sudden cloud came over him. This passed, and taking his pen hurriedly again, he added the following postscript. "Lucy, this note may seem mysterious, but if it shall, I did not mean to make it so, nor do I know that I could have helped it. But the only reason is this, Lucy. The matter which I have alluded to is of such a nature that, for the present, I stand virtually pledged not to disclose it to any person but those more directly involved in it. But where one cannot reveal the thing itself, it only makes it the more mysterious to write round it this way. So merely know me entirely unmenaced in person and eternally faithful to you, and so be at rest till I see you." Then, sealing the note and ringing the bell, he gave it in strict charge to a servant, with directions to deliver it at the earliest practicable moment, and not wait for any answer. But as the messenger was departing the chamber, he called him back, and taking the sealed note again, and hollowing it in his hand, scrawled inside of it in pencil the following words: "Don't write me, don't inquire for me," and then returned it to the man, who quitted him, leaving Pierre rooted in thought in the middle of the room. But he soon roused himself and left the mansion, and seeking the cool, refreshing meadow stream, where it formed a deep and shady pool, he bathed, and returning invigorated to his chamber, changed his entire dress, in the little trifling concernments of his toilette, striving utterly to banish all thought of that weight upon his soul. Never did he array himself with more solicitude for effect. It was one of his fond mother's whims to perfume the lighter contents of his wardrobe, and it was one of his own little femininenesses, of the sort sometimes curiously observable in very robust-bodied and big-souled men, as Mohammed, for example, to be very partial to all pleasant essences. So that when once more he left the mansion in order to freshen his cheek anew, to meet the keen glance of his mother, to whom the secret of his possible pallor could not be divulged, Pierre went forth all redolent, but alas, his body only the embalming cerements of his buried dead within. 4. His stroll was longer than he meant, and when he returned up the linden walk leading to the breakfast-room, and ascended the piazza steps, and glanced into the wide window there, he saw his mother seated not far from the table, her face turned towards his own, and heard her gay voice, and peculiarly light and buoyant laugh, accusing him, and not her, of being the morning's laggard now. Dates was busy among some spoons and napkins at a side-stand. Summoning all possible cheerfulness to his face, Pierre entered the room. Remembering his carefulness in bathing and dressing, and knowing that there is no air so calculated to give bloom to the cheek as that of a damply fresh, cool, and misty morning, Pierre persuaded himself that small trace would now be found on him of his long night of watching. "Good morning, sister. Such a famous stroll. I have been all the way to—" "Where? Good heavens, where? For such a look as that? Why, Pierre, what ails thee?" "Dates? I will touch the bell presently." As the good servitor fumbled for a moment among the napkins, as if unwilling to stir summarily from his accustomed duty, and not without some of a well and long-tried old domestic's vague, intermitted murmuring at being wholly excluded from a matter of family interest, Mrs. Glendinning kept her fixed eye on Pierre, who, unmindful that the breakfast was not yet entirely ready, seating himself at the table, began helping himself, though but nervously enough, to the cream and sugar. The moment the door closed on Dates, the mother sprang to her feet and threw her arms around her son, but in that embrace, Pierre miserably felt that their two hearts beat not together in such unison as before. "What haggard thing possesses thee, my son? Speak, this is incomprehensible. Lucy, fine, not she. No love quarrel there. Speak, speak, my darling boy." "My dear sister," began Pierre. "Sister me not now, Pierre. I am thy mother." "Well then, dear mother, thou art quite as incomprehensible to me as I to—" "Talk faster, Pierre. This calmness freezes me. Tell me, for, by my soul, something most wonderful must have happened to thee. Thou art my son, and I command thee. It is not Lucy. It is something else. Tell me." "My dear mother," said Pierre, impulsively moving his chair backward from the table, "if thou wouldst only believe me when I say it, I have really nothing to tell thee. Thou knowest that sometimes when I happen to feel very foolishly studious and philosophical, I sit up late in my chamber, and then, regardless of the hour, foolishly run out into the air for a long stroll across the meadows. I took such a stroll last night, and had but little time left for napping afterward, and what nap I had I was none the better for. But I won't be so silly again soon. So do, dearest mother, stop looking at me, and let us take breakfast. Dates, touch the bell there, sister. Stay, Pierre. There is a heaviness in this hour. I feel I know that thou art deceiving me. Perhaps I erred in seeking to wrest thy secret from thee, but believe me, my son, I never thought thou hadst any secret thing from me, except thy first love for Lucy, and that my own woman tells me was most pardonable and right. But now, what can it be, Pierre? Pierre, consider well before thou determinest upon withholding confidence from me. I am thy mother. It may prove a fatal thing. Can that be good and virtuous, Pierre, which shrinks from a mother's knowledge? Let us not loose hands so, Pierre. Thy confidence from me, mine goes from thee. Now, shall I touch the bell?" Pierre, who had thus far been vainly seeking to occupy his hands with his cap and spoon, he now paused and unconsciously fastened a speechless glance of mournfulness upon his mother. Again he felt presentiments of his mother's newly revealed character. He foresaw the supposed indignation of her wounded pride, her gradually estranged affections thereupon. He knew her firmness and her exaggerated ideas of the inalienable allegiance of a son. He trembled to think that now indeed was come the first initial moment of his heavy trial. But though he knew all the significance of his mother's attitude, as she stood before him, intently eyeing him, with one hand upon the bell-cord, and though he felt that the same opening of the door that should now admit Dates could not but give eternal exit to all confidence between him and his mother, and though he felt it, too, that this was his mother's latent thought, nevertheless, he was girded up in his well-considered resolution. "Pierre, Pierre, shall I touch the bell?" "Mother, stay. Yes, do, sister." The bell was rung, and at the summons Dates entered, and looking with some significance at Mrs. Glendinning, said, "His reverence has come, my mistress, and is now in the west parlour." "Show Mr. Falsgrave in here immediately, and bring up the coffee. Did I not tell you I expected him to breakfast this morning?" "Yes, my mistress, but I thought that just then," glancing alarmedly from mother to son. "Oh, my good Dates, nothing has happened," cried Mrs. Glendinning, lightly and with a bitter smile, looking toward her son. "Show Mr. Falsgrave in. Pierre, I did not see thee to tell thee last night, but Mr. Falsgrave's breakfast with us by invitation. I was at the parsonage yesterday to see him about that wretched affair of Delhi, and we are finally to settle upon what is to be done this morning. But my mind is made up concerning Ned. No such profligate shall pollute this place, nor shall the disgraceful Delhi." Fortunately, the abrupt entrance of the clergyman here turned away attention from the sudden pallor of Pierre's countenance, and afforded him time to rally. "Good morning, madam, good morning, sir," said Mr. Falsgrave in a singularly mild, flute-like voice, turning to Mrs. Glendinning and her son, the lady receiving him with answering cordiality, but Pierre too embarrassed just then to be equally polite. As for one brief moment Mr. Falsgrave stood before the pair, ere taking the offered chair from Dates, his aspect was eminently attractive. There are certain ever-to-be-cherished moments in the life of almost any man, when a variety of little foregoing circumstances all unite to make him temporarily oblivious of whatever may be hard and bitter in his life, and also to make him most amiably and ruddily disposed. When the scene and company immediately before him are highly agreeable, and if at such a time he chance involuntarily to put himself into a scenically favourable bodily posture, then, in that posture, however transient, thou shalt catch the noble stature of his better angel, catch a heavenly glimpse of the latent heavenliness of man. It was so with Mr. Falsgrave now. Not a house within a circuit of 50 miles that he preferred entering before the mansion house of Saddle Meadows, and though the business upon which he had that morning come was anything but relishable to him, yet that subject was not in his memory then. Before him stood, united in one person, the most exalted lady and the most storied beauty of all the country round, and the finest, most intellectual, and most congenial youth he knew. Before him also stood the generous foundress and the untiring patroness of the beautiful little marble church, consecrated by the good bishop not 4 years gone by. Before him also stood, though in polite disguise, the same untiring benefactress, from whose purse he could not help suspecting came a great part of his salary, nominally supplied by the rental of the pews. He had been invited to breakfast, a meal which, in a well-appointed country family, is the most cheerful circumstance of daily life. He smelt all Java's spices in the aroma from the silver coffee-urn, and well he knew what liquid deliciousness would come soon from it. Besides all this, and many more minutenesses of the kind, he was conscious that Mrs. Glendinning entertained a particular partiality for him, though not enough to marry him, as he 10 times knew by very bitter experience, and that Pierre was not behindhand in his esteem. And the clergyman was well worthy of it. Nature had been royally bountiful to him in his person. In his happier moments, as the present, his face was radiant with a courtly but mild benevolence. His person was nobly robust and dignified, while the remarkable smallness of his feet and the almost infantile delicacy and vivid whiteness and purity of his hands strikingly contrasted with his fine girth and stature. For in countries like America, where there is no distinct hereditary caste of gentlemen, whose order is factitiously perpetuated as racehorses and lords are in kingly lands, and especially in those agricultural districts where, of 100 hands that drop a ballot for the presidency, 99 shall be of the brownest and the brawniest. In such districts, this daintiness of the fingers, when united with a generally manly aspect, assumes a remarkableness unknown in European nations. This most prepossessing form of the clergyman lost nothing by the character of his manners, which were polished and unobtrusive, but peculiarly insinuating, without the least appearance of craftiness or affectation. Heaven had given him his fine, silver-keyed person for a flute to play on in this world, and he was nearly the perfect master of it. His graceful motions had the undulatoriness of melodious sounds. You almost thought you heard, not saw him. So much the wonderful yet natural gentleman he seemed, that more than once Mrs. Glendinning had held him up to Pierre as a splendid example of the polishing and gentlemanizing influences of Christianity upon the minds and manners, declaring that, extravagant as it might seem, she had always been of his father's fancy, that no man could be a complete gentleman and preside with dignity at his own table unless he partook of the Church's sacraments. Nor, in Mr. Falsgrave's case, was this maxim entirely absurd. The child of a poor northern farmer who had wedded a pretty seamstress, the clergyman had no heraldic line of ancestry to show as warrant and explanation of his handsome person and gentle manners, the first being the wilful partiality of nature, and the second the consequence of a scholastic life, attempered by a taste for the choicest female society, however small, which he had always regarded as the best relish of existence. If now his manners thus responded to his person, his mind answered to them both, and was their finest illustration. Besides his eloquent persuasiveness in the pulpit, various fugitive papers upon subjects of nature, art, and literature attested not only his refined affinity to all beautiful things, visible or invisible, but likewise that he possessed a genius for celebrating such things, which in a less indolent and more ambitious nature would have been sure to have gained a fair poet's name ere now. For this Mr. Falsgrave was just hovering upon his prime of years, a period which, in such a man, is the sweetest, and, to a mature woman, by far the most attractive of manly life. Youth has not yet completely gone with its beauty, grace, and strength, nor his age at all come with its decrepitudes, though the finest undrossed parts of it, its mildness and its wisdom, have gone on before as decorous chamberlains precede the sedan of some crutched king. Such was this Mr. Falsgrave, who now sat at Mrs. Glendinning's breakfast table, a corner of one of that lady's generous napkins so inserted into his snowy bosom that its folds almost invested him as far down as the table's edge, and he seemed a sacred priest indeed, breakfasting in his surplice. "Pray, Mr. Falsgrave," said Mrs. Glendinning, "break me off a bit of that roll." Whether or not his sacerdotal experiences had strangely refined and spiritualized so simple a process as breaking bread, or whether it was from the spotless aspect of his hands, certain it is that Mr. Falsgrave acquitted himself on this little occasion in a manner that, beheld of old by, Leonardo might have given that artist no despicable hint touching his celestial painting. As Pierre regarded him, sitting there so mild and meek, such an image of white-browed and white-handed and napkined immaculateness, and as he felt the gentle, humane radiations which came from the clergyman's manly and rounded beautifulness, and as he remembered all the good that he knew of this man, and all the good that he had heard of him, and could recall no blemish in his character, and as in his own concealed misery and forlornness he contemplated the open benevolence and beaming excellent-heartedness of Mr. Falsgrave, the thought darted through his mind that if any living being was capable of giving him worthy counsel in his straits, and if to any one he could go with Christian propriety and some small hopefulness, that person was the one before him. "Pray, Mr. Glendinning," said the clergyman pleasantly, as Pierre was silently offering to help him to some tongue, "don't let me rob you of it. Pardon me, but you seem to have very little of yourself this morning, I think. An execrable pun, I know, but," turning toward Mrs. Glendinning, "when one is made to feel very happy, one is somehow apt to say very silly things. Happiness and silliness, it's a suspicious coincidence." "Mr. Falsgrave," said the hostess, "your cup is empty. Dates? We were talking yesterday, Mr. Falsgrave, concerning that vile fellow Ned." "Well, madam," responded the gentleman, a very little uneasily, "he shall not stay on any ground of mine. My mind is made up, sir. Infamous man! Did he not have a wife as virtuous and beautiful now as when I first gave her away at your altar? It was the sheerest and most gratuitous profligacy." The clergyman mournfully and assentingly moved his head. Such men, continued the lady, flushing with the sincerest indignation, are, to my way of thinking, more detestable than murderers. That is being a little hard upon them, my dear madam, said Mr. Falsgrave mildly. Do you not think so, Pierre? Now, said the lady, turning earnestly upon her son, is not the man who has sinned like that Ned worse than a murderer? Has he not sacrificed one woman completely and given infamy to another, to both of them for their portion? If his own legitimate boy should now hate him, I could hardly blame him. My dear madam, said the clergyman, whose eyes, having followed Mrs. Glendening's to her son's countenance, and marking a strange trepidation there, had thus far been earnestly scrutinizing Pierre's not wholly repressible emotion. My dear madam, he said, slightly bending over his stately episcopal-looking person, virtue has, perhaps, an over-ardent champion in you. You grow too warm. But Mr. Glendenning, here, he seems to grow too cold. Pray, favour us with your views, Mr. Glendenning. I will not think now of the man, said Pierre, slowly and looking away from both his auditors. Let us speak of Delly and her infant. She has or had one, I have loosely heard. Their case is miserable indeed. The mother deserves it, said the lady inflexibly. And the child? Reverend sir, what are the words of the Bible? The sins of the father shall be visited upon the child to the third generation, said Mr. Falsgrave, with some slight reluctance in his tones. But, madam, that does not mean that the community is in any way to take the infamy of the child into their own voluntary hands, as the conscious delegated stewards of God's inscrutable dispensations. Because it is declared that the infamous consequences of sin shall be hereditary, it does not follow that our personal and active loathing of sin should descend from the sinful sinner to his sinless child. I understand you, sir, said Mrs. Glendenning, colouring slightly. You think me too censorious. But if we entirely forget the parentage of the child, and every way receive the child as we would any other, feel for it in all respects the same, and attach no sign of ignominy to it, how then is the Bible dispensation to be fulfilled? Do we not then put ourselves in the way of its fulfilment, and is that wholly free from impiety? Here it was the clergyman's turn to colour a little, and there was a just perceptible tremor of the under lip. Pardon me, continued the lady courteously, but if there is any one blemish in the character of the Reverend Mr. Falsgrave, it is that the benevolence of his heart too much warps him in the holy rigour of our Church's doctrines. For my part, as I loathe the man, I loathe the woman, and never desire to behold the child. A pause ensued, during which it was fortunate for Pierre that by the social sorcery of such occasions as the present, the eyes of all three were intent upon the cloth, all three for the moment giving loose to their own distressful meditations upon the subject in debate, and Mr. Falsgrave vexedly thinking that the scene was becoming a little embarrassing. Pierre was the first who spoke. As before, he steadfastly kept his eyes away from both his auditors. But though he did not designate his mother, something in the tone of his voice showed that what he said was addressed more particularly to her. Since we seem to have been strangely drawn into the ethical aspect of this melancholy matter, said he, suppose we go further in it, and let me ask how it should be between the legitimate and the illegitimate child, children of one father, when they shall have passed their childhood. Here the clergyman, quickly raising his eyes, looked as surprised and searchingly at Pierre as his politeness would permit. Upon my word, said Mrs. Glendenning, hardly less surprised, and making no attempt at disguising it. This is an odd question you put. You have been more attentive to the subject than I had fancied. But what do you mean, Pierre? I did not entirely understand you. Should the legitimate child shun the illegitimate, when one father is father to both? Rejoined Pierre, bending his head still further over his plate. The clergyman looked a little down again and was silent, but still turned his head slightly sideways towards his hostess, as if awaiting some reply to Pierre from her. "Ask the world, Pierre," said Mrs. Glendinning warmly, "and ask your own heart." "My own heart? I will, madam," said Pierre, now looking up steadfastly. "But what do you think, Mr. Falsgrave?" letting his glance drop again. "Should the one shun the other? Should the one refuse his highest sympathy and perfect love for the other, especially if that other be deserted by all the rest of the world? What do you think would have been our blessed Saviour's thoughts on such a matter? And what was that he so mildly said to the adulteress?" A swift colour passed over the clergyman's countenance. Suffusing even his expanded brow, he slightly moved in his chair and looked uncertainly from Pierre to his mother. He seemed as a shrewd, benevolent-minded man placed between opposite opinions, merely opinions, who, with a full and doubly differing persuasion in himself, still refrains from uttering it, because of an irresistible dislike to manifesting an absolute dissent from the honest convictions of any person whom he both socially and morally esteems. "Well, what do you reply to my son?" said Mrs. Glendinning at last. "Madam and sir," said the clergyman, now regaining his entire self-possession, "it is one of the social disadvantages which we of the pulpit labour under, that we are supposed to know more of the moral obligations of humanity than other people. And it is a still more serious disadvantage to the world that our unconsidered conversational opinions on the most complex problems of ethics are too apt to be considered authoritative, as indirectly proceeding from the Church itself. Now, nothing can be more erroneous than such notions, and nothing so embarrasses me and deprives me of that entire serenity which is indispensable to the delivery of a careful opinion on moral subjects, than when sudden questions of this sort are put to me in company. But pardon this long preamble, for I have little more to say. It is not every question, however direct, Mr. Glendinning, which can be conscientiously answered with a yes or no. Millions of circumstances modify all moral questions, so that though conscience may possibly dictate freely in any known special case, yet by one universal maxim to embrace all moral contingencies, this is not only impossible, but the attempt to me seems foolish." At this instant, the surplice-like napkin dropped from the clergyman's bosom, showing a minute but exquisitely cut cameo brooch, representing the allegorical union of the serpent and dove. It had been the gift of an appreciative friend, and was sometimes worn on secular occasions like the present. "I agree with you, sir," said Pierre, bowing. "I fully agree with you. And now, madam, let us talk of something else." "You madam me very punctiliously this morning, Mr. Glendinning," said his mother, half bitterly smiling and half openly offended, but still more surprised at Pierre's frigid demeanour. "Honour thy father and mother," said Pierre. "Both father and mother," he unconsciously added. "And now that it strikes me, Mr. Falsgrave, and now that we have become so strangely polemical this morning, let me say that as that command is justly said to be the only one with a promise, so it seems to be without any contingency in the application. It would seem, would it not, sir, that the most deceitful and hypocritical of fathers should be equally honoured by the son as the purest?" "So it would certainly seem, according to the strict letter of the Decalogue, certainly. And do you think, sir, that it should be so held and so applied in actual life? For instance, should I honour my father if I knew him to be a seducer?" "Pierre, Pierre," said his mother, profoundly colouring and half rising, "there is no need of these argumentative assumptions. You very immensely forget yourself this morning." "It is merely the interest of the general question, madam," returned Pierre coldly. "I am sorry. If your former objection does not apply here, Mr. Falsgrave, Will you favour me with an answer to my question?" "There you are again, Mr. Glendinning," said the clergyman, thankful for Pierre's hint. "That is another question in morals absolutely incapable of a definite answer, which shall be universally applicable." Again the surplice-like napkin chanced to drop. "I am tacitly rebuked again, then, sir," said Pierre slowly, "but I admit that perhaps you are again in the right. And now, madam, since Mr. Falsgrave and yourself have a little business together to which my presence is not necessary and may possibly prove quite dispensable, permit me to leave you. I am going off on a long ramble, so you need not wait dinner for me. Good morning, Mr. Falsgrave. Good morning, madam," looking toward his mother. As the door closed upon him, Mr. Falsgrave spoke. "Mr. Glendinning looks a little pale today. Has he been ill?" "Not that I know of," answered the lady indifferently. "But did you ever see a young gentleman so stately as he was? Extraordinary," she murmured. "What can this mean? Madam, madam? But your cup is empty again, sir," reaching forth her hand. No more, madam," said the clergyman. "Madam? Pray don't madam me any more, Mr. Falsgrave. I have taken a sudden hatred to that title." "Shall it be your majesty, then?" said the clergyman gallantly. "The May Queens are so styled, and so should be the Queens of October." Here the lady laughed. "Come," said she, "let us go into another room and settle the affair of that infamous Ned and that miserable Delly." 5. The swiftness and unrepellableness of the billow which, with its first shock, had so profoundly whelmed Pierre, had not only poured into his soul a tumult of entirely new images and emotions, but, for the time, it almost entirely drove out of him all previous ones. The things that anyway bore directly upon the pregnant fact of Isabel, these things were all animate and vividly present to him. But the things which bore more upon himself and his own personal condition, as now forever involved with his sisters, these things were not so animate and present to him. The conjectured past of Isabel took mysterious hold of his father. Therefore, the idea of his father tyrannized over his imagination, and the possible future of Isabel, as so essentially though indirectly compromisable by whatever course of conduct his mother might hereafter ignorantly pursue with regard to himself, as henceforth, through Isabel, forever altered to her. These considerations brought his mother with blazing prominence before him. Heaven, after all, hath been a little merciful to the miserable man. Not entirely untempered to human nature are the most direful blasts of fate. When on all sides assailed by prospects of disaster, whose final ends are in terror hidden from it, the soul of man, either as instinctively convinced that it cannot battle with the whole host at once, or else benevolently blinded to the larger arc of the circle which menacingly hems it in, whichever be the truth, the soul of man thus surrounded cannot and does never intelligently confront the totality of its wretchedness. The bitter drug is divided into separate draughts for him. Today he takes one part of his woe, tomorrow he takes more, and so on, till the last drop is drunk. Not that in the despotism of other things, the thought of Lucy and the unconjecturable suffering into which she might soon be plunged, owing to the threatening uncertainty of the state of his own future, as now in great part, and at all hazards dedicated to Isabel, not that this thought had thus far been alien to him. Icy cold and serpent-like, it had overlayingly crawled in upon his other shuddering imaginings. But those other thoughts would as often upheave again and absorb it into themselves, so that it would be in that way soon disappear from his contemporary apprehension. The prevailing thoughts connected with Isabel he now could front with prepared and open eyes, but the occasional thought of Lucy, When that started up before him, he could only cover his bewildered eyes with his bewildered hands. Nor was this the cowardice of selfishness, but the infinite sensitiveness of his soul. He could bear the agonizing thought of Isabel, because he was immediately resolved to help her, and to assuage a fellow being's grief. But, as yet, he could not bear the thought of Lucy, because the very resolution that promised balm to Isabel obscurely involved the everlasting peace of Lucy, and therefore aggravatingly threatened a far more than fellow being's happiness. Well, for Pierre it was that the penciling presentiments of his mind concerning Lucy as quickly erased as painted their tormenting images. Standing half befogged upon the mountain of his fate, all that part of the wide panorama was wrapped in clouds to him, but anon those concealings slid aside, or rather a quick rent was made in them, disclosing far below, half veiled in the lower mist, the winding, tranquil vale and stream of Lucy's previous happy life. Through the swift cloud rent he caught one glimpse of her expectant and angelic face peeping from the honeysuckled window of her cottage, and the next instant the stormy pinions of the clouds locked themselves over it again, and all was hidden as before, and all went confused in whirling wrack and vapour as before. Only by unconscious inspiration, caught from the agencies invisible to man, had he been enabled to write that first obscurely announcing note to Lucy, wherein the collectedness and the mildness and the calmness were but the natural though insidious precursors of the stunning bolts on bolts to follow. But while thus, for the most part, wrapped from his consciousness and vision, still the condition of his Lucy, as so deeply affected now, was still more and more disentangling and defining itself from out its nearer mist, and even beneath the general upper fog. For when unfathomably stirred, the subtler elements of man do not always reveal themselves in the concocting act, but, as with all other potencies, show themselves chiefly in their ultimate resolvings and results. Strange, wild work, and awfully symmetrical and reciprocal, was that now going on within the self-apparently chaotic breast of Pierre. As in his own conscious determinations, the mournful Isabel was being snatched from her captivity of world-wide abandonment, so, deeper down in the more secret chambers of his unsuspecting soul, the smiling Lucy, now as dead and ashy pale, was being bound a ransom for Isabel's salvation. Eye for eye and tooth for tooth. Eternally inexorable and unconcerned is fate, a mere heartless trader in men's joys and woes. Nor was this general and spontaneous self-concealment of all the most momentous interests of his love, as irretrievably involved with Isabel and his resolution respecting her, nor was this unbidden thing in him unseconded by the prompting of his own conscious judgment, when, in the tyranny of the master event itself, that judgment was permitted some infrequent play. He could not but be aware that all meditation on Lucy was now worse than useless. How could he now map out his and her young life chart when all was yet misty white with creamy breakers? Still more, divinely dedicated as he felt himself to be, with divine commands upon him to befriend and champion Isabel through all conceivable contingencies of time and chance. How could he ensure himself against the insidious inroads of self-interest and hold intact all his unselfish magnanimities, if once he should permit the distracting thought of Lucy to dispute with Isabel's the pervading possession of his soul? And if, though but unconsciously as yet, he was almost superhumanly prepared to make a sacrifice of all objects dearest to him, and cut himself away from his last hopes of common happiness, should they cross his grand enthusiast resolution. If this was so with him, then how light as a gossamer, and thinner and more impalpable than airiest threads of gauze, did he hold all common conventional regardings, his hereditary duty to his mother, his pledged worldly faith and honour, to the hand and seal of his affiancement. Not that at present all these things did thus present themselves to Pierre. But these things were fetally forming in him, impregnations from high enthusiasms he had received, and the now incipient offspring which so stirred with such painful, vague vibrations in his soul. This, in its mature development, when it should at last come forth in living deeds, would scorn all personal relationship with Pierre and hold his heart's dearest interests for naught. Thus, in the enthusiast to duty, the heaven-begotten Christ is born, and will not own a mortal parent, and spurns and rends all mortal bonds. 6. One night, one day, and a small part of the one ensuing evening had been given to Pierre to prepare for the momentous interview with Isabel. Now, thank God, thought Pierre, the night is past, the night of chaos and of doom, the day only, and the skirt of evening now remain. May heaven new string my soul and confirm in me the Christ-like feeling I first felt. May I, in all my least shapeful thoughts, still square myself by the inflexible rule of holy right. Let no unmanly, mean temptation cross my path this day. Let no base stone lie in it. This day I will forsake the consensus of men and seek the suffrages of the godlike population of the trees, which now seem to me a nobler race than man. Their high foliage shall drop heavenliness upon me. My feet in contact with their mighty roots, immortal vigor shall so steal into me. Guide me, gird me, guard me, this day, ye sovereign powers. Bind me in bonds I cannot break, remove all sinister allurings from me. Eternally this day deface in me the detested and distorted images of all the convenient lies and duty subterfuges of the diving and ducking moralities of this earth. Fill me with consuming fire for them, to my life's muzzle, cram me with your own intent. Let no world siren come to sing to me this day, and wheedle from me my undauntedness. I cast my eternal die this day, ye powers. On my strong faith in ye, invisibles, I stake 3 whole felicities and 3 whole lives this day. If ye forsake me now, farewell to faith, farewell to truth, farewell to God. Exiled for aye from God and man, I shall declare myself an equal power with both, free to make war on night and day, and all thoughts and things of mind and matter which the upper and the nether firmaments do clasp. 7. But Pierre, though charged with the fire of all divineness, his containing thing was made of clay. Ah, muskets the gods have made to carry infinite combustions, and yet made them of clay. Save me from being bound to truth, liege lord, as I am now. How shall I steal yet further into Pierre, and show how this heavenly fire was helped to be contained in him by mere contingent things, and things that he knew not? But I shall follow the endless winding way, the flowing river in the cave of man, careless whither I be led, reckless where I land. Was not the face, though mutely mournful, beautiful, bewitchingly? How unfathomable those most wondrous eyes of supernatural light! In those charmed depths, grief and beauty plunged and dived together. So beautiful, so mystical, so bewilderingly alluring, speaking of a mournfulness infinitely sweeter and more attractive than all mirthfulness. That face of glorious suffering, that face of touching loveliness, that face was Pierre's own sister's. That face was Isabel's. That face Pierre had visibly seen. Into those same supernatural eyes our Pierre had looked. Thus, already, and ere the proposed encounter, he was assured that, in a transcendent degree, womanly beauty and not womanly ugliness invited him to champion the right. Be naught concealed in this book of sacred truth. How, if accosted in some squalid lane, a humped and crippled, hideous girl should have snatched his garment's hem with, Save me, Pierre, love me, own me, brother. I am thy sister. Ah, if man were wholly made in heaven, why catch we hell glimpses? Why, in the noblest marble pillar that stands beneath the all-comprising vault, ever should we descry the sinister vein? We lie in nature very close to God, and though further on the stream may be corrupted by the banks it flows through, yet at the fountain's rim where mankind stand, there the stream infallibly bespeaks the fountain. So let no censorious word be here hinted of mortal Pierre. Easy for me to slyly hide these things, and always put him before the eye as perfect, as immaculate, unsusceptible to the inevitable nature and the lot of common men. I am more frank with Pierre than the best men are with themselves. I am all unguarded and magnanimous with Pierre, therefore you see his weakness, and therefore only. In reserves men build imposing characters, not in revelations. He who shall be wholly honest, though nobler than Ethan Allen, that man shall stand in danger of the meanest mortal's scorn. Book 6. Isabel and the first part of the story of Isabel. 1. Half wishful that the hour would come, half shuddering that every moment it still came nearer and more near to him, dry-eyed but wet with that dark day's rain, at fall of eve, Pierre emerged from long wanderings in the primeval woods of Saddle Meadows, and for one instant stood motionless upon their sloping skirt. Where he stood was in the rude wood road, only used by sledges in the time of snow, just where the outposted trees formed a narrow arch and fancied gateway leading upon the far, wide pasture sweeping down toward the lake. In that wet and misty eve, the scattered, shivering pasture elms seemed standing in a world inhospitable, yet rooted by inscrutable sense of duty to their place. Beyond, the lake lay in one sheet of blankness and of dumbness, unstirred by breeze or breath. Fast bound there it lay, with not life enough to reflect the smallest shrub or twig. Yet in that lake was seen the duplicate, stirless sky above. Only in sunshine did that lake catch gay green images, and these but displaced the imaged muteness of the unfeatured heavens. On both sides, in the remoter distance, and also far beyond the mild lake's further shore, rose the long, mysterious mountain masses, shaggy with pines and hemlocks, mystical with nameless, vapory exhalations, and in that dim air black with dread and gloom. At their base, profoundest forests lay entranced, and from their far owl-haunted depths of caves and rotted leaves, and unused and unregarded inland overgrowth of decaying wood, for smallest sticks of which, in other climes, many a pauper was that moment perishing, from out of the infinite inhumanities of those profoundest forests, came a moaning, muttering, roaring, intermitted, changeful sound, range shakings of the palsied trees, slidings of rocks undermined, final crashings of long riven boughs, and devilish gibberish of the forest ghosts. But more near, on the mild lake's hither shore, where it formed a long semicircular and scooped acclivity of cornfields, there the small and low red farmhouse lay, its ancient roof of a bed of brightest mosses, its north front, from the north the mosses wind blows, also moss-encrusted, like the north side of any vast-trunked maple in the groves. At one gabled end a tangled arbour claimed support, and paid for it by generous gratuities of broad-flung verdure, one viney shaft of which pointed itself upright against the chimney bricks, as if a waving lightning rod. Against the other gable you saw the lowly dairy shed, its sides close-knitted with traced Madeira vines, and had you been close enough, peeping through the imprisoning tracery, and through the light slats barring the little embrasure of a window, you might have seen the gentle and contented captives, the pans of milk, and the snow-white Dutch cheeses in a row, and the moulds of golden butter, and the jars of lily cream. In front, 3 straight, gigantic lindens stood guardians of this verdant spot. A long way up, almost to the ridgepole of the house, they showed little foliage, but then, suddenly, as 3 huge green balloons, they poised their 3 vast, inverted, rounded cones of verdure in the air. Soon as Pierre's eye rested on the place, a tremor shook him. Not alone because of Isabel, as there a harbourer now, but because of 2 dependent and most strange coincidences which that day's experience had brought to him. He had gone to breakfast with his mother, his heart charged to overflowing with presentiments of what would probably be her haughty disposition concerning such a being as Isabel, claiming her maternal love, and lo, the Reverend Mr. Falsgrave enters, and Ned and Delly are discussed, and that whole sympathetic matter which Pierre had despaired of bringing before his mother in all its ethic bearings, so as absolutely to learn her thoughts upon it, and thereby test his own conjectures. All that matter had been fully talked about, so that, through that strange coincidence, he now perfectly knew his mother's mind, and had received forewarnings, as if from heaven, not to make any present disclosure to her. That was in the morning, and now, at eve, catching a glimpse of the house where Isabel was harbouring, at once he recognized it as the rented farmhouse of the old Walter Alva, father to the self-same Delly, forever ruined through the cruel arts of Ned. Strangest feeling, almost supernatural, now stole into Pierre. With little power to touch with awe the souls of less susceptible, reflective, and poetic beings, such coincidences, however frequently they may recur, ever fill the finer organization with sensations which transcend all verbal renderings. They take hold of life's subtlest problem. With the lightning's flash, the query is spontaneously propounded: chance or God? If, too, the mind thus influenced be likewise a prey to any settled grief, then on all sides the query magnifies, and at last takes in the all-comprehending round of things. For ever it is seen that sincere souls in suffering then most ponder upon final causes. The heart, stirred to its depths, finds correlative sympathy in the head, which likewise is profoundly moved. Before miserable men, when intellectual, all the ages of the world pass as in a manacled procession, and all their myriad links rattle in the mournful mystery. Pacing beneath the long-skirting shadows of the elevated wood, waiting for the appointed hour to come, Pierre strangely strove to imagine to himself the scene which was destined to ensue. But imagination utterly failed him here. The reality was too real for him. Only the face alone now visited him, and so accustomed had he been of late to confound it with the shapes of air, that he almost trembled when he thought that face to face, that face must shortly meet his own. And now the thicker shadows begin to fall. The place is lost to him. Only the 3 dim, tall lindens pilot him as he descends the hill, hovering above the house. He knows it not, but his meditative route is sinuous, as if that moment his thoughts' stream was likewise serpenting, laterally obstructed by insinuated misgivings as to the ultimate utilitarian advisability of the enthusiast resolution that was his. His steps decrease in quickness as he comes more nigh, and sees one feeble light struggling in the rustic double casement. Infallibly, he knows that his own voluntary steps are taking him forever from the brilliant chandeliers of the mansion of Saddle Meadows to join company with the wretched rushlights of poverty and woe. But his sublime intuitiveness also paints to him the sun-like glories of godlike truth and virtue, which, though ever obscured by the dense fogs of earth, still shall shine eventually in unclouded radiance, casting illustrative light upon the sapphire throne of God. 2. He stands before the door. The house is steeped in silence. He knocks. The casement light flickers for a moment, and then moves away. Within, he hears a door creak on its hinges. Then his whole heart beats wildly as the outer latch is lifted, and holding the light above her supernatural head, Isabel stands before him. It is herself. No word is spoken, no other soul is seen. They enter the room of the double casement, and Pierre sits down, overpowered with bodily faintness and spiritual awe. He lifts his eyes to Isabel's gaze of loveliness and loneliness, and then a low, sweet, half-sobbing voice of more than natural musicalness is heard. "And so, thou art my brother. Shall I call thee Pierre?" Steadfastly, with his one first and last fraternal inquisition of the person of the mystic girl, Pierre now for an instant eyes her, and in that one instant sees in the imploring face not only the nameless touchingness of that of the sewing girl, but also the subtler expression of the portrait of his then youthful father, strangely translated and intermarryingly blended with some before unknown foreign feminineness. In one breath, memory and prophecy and intuition tell him, "Pierre, have no reserves, no minutest possible doubt. This being is thy sister. Thou gazest on thy father's flesh." "And so thou art my brother. Shall I call thee Pierre?" He sprang to his feet and caught her in his undoubting arms. "Thou art, thou art." He felt a faint struggling within his clasp. Her head drooped against him. His whole form was bathed in the flowing glossiness of her long and unimprisoned hair. Brushing the locks aside, he now gazed upon the death-like beauty of the face, and caught immortal sadness from it. She seemed as dead as suffocated, the death that leaves most unimpaired the latent tranquillities and sweetness of the human countenance. He would have called aloud for succor, but the slow eyes opened upon him, and slowly he felt the girl's supineness leaving her. And now she recovers herself a little, and again he feels her faintly struggling in his arms, as if somehow abashed, and incredulous of mortal right to hold her so. Now Pierre repents his over-ardent and incautious warmth, and feels himself all reverence for her. Tenderly he leads her to a bench within the double casement, and sits beside her and waits in silence, till the first shock of this encounter shall have left her more composed and more prepared to hold communion with him. "How feelest thou now, my sister?" "Bless thee, bless thee." Again the sweet, wild power of the musicalness of the voice, and some soft, strange touch of foreignness in the accent. So it fancifully seemed to Pierre, thrills through and through his soul. He bent and kissed her brow, and then feels her hand seeking his, and then clasping it without one uttered word. All his being is now condensed in that one sensation of the clasping hand. He feels it as very small and smooth, but strangely hard. Then he knew that by the lonely labour of her hands his own father's daughter had earned her living in the same world where he himself, her own brother, had so idly dwelled. Once more he reverently kissed her brow, and his warm breath against it murmured with a prayer to heaven. "I have no tongue to speak to thee, Pierre, my brother. My whole being, all my life's thoughts and longings, are in endless arrears to thee. Then how can I speak to thee? Were it God's will, Pierre, my utmost blessing now were to lie down and die. Then should I be at peace. Bear with me, Pierre." Eternally will I do that, my beloved Isabel. Speak not to me yet awhile, if that seemeth best to thee, if that only is possible to thee. This, thy clasping hand, my sister, this is now thy tongue to me. I know not where to begin to speak to thee, Pierre, and yet my soul o'erbrims in me. From my heart's depths I love and reverence thee, and feel for thee backward and forward through all eternity. O Pierre, canst thou not cure in me this dreaminess, this bewilderingness I feel? My poor head swims and will not pause. My life cannot last long thus. I am too full without discharge. Conjure tears for me, Pierre, that my heart may not break with the present feeling, more death-like to me than all my grief gone by. Ye thirst-slaking evening skies, ye hilly dews and mists, distill your moisture here. The bolt hath passed. Why comes not the following shower? Make her to weep. Then her head sought his support, and big drops fell on him, and anon Isabel gently slid her head from him, and sat a little composedly beside him. If thou feelest in endless arrears of thought to me, my sister, so do I feel toward thee. I, too, scarce know what I should speak to thee. But when thou lookest on me, my sister, thou beholdest one who in his soul hath taken vows immutable to be to thee in all respects and to the uttermost bounds and possibilities of fate thy protecting and all-acknowledging brother. Not mere sounds of common words, but inmost tones of my heart's deepest melodies should now be audible to thee. Thou speakest to a human thing, but something heavenly should answer thee. Some flute heard in the air should answer thee, for sure thy most undreamed-of accents, Pierre, sure they have not been unheard on high. Blessings that are imageless to all mortal fancyings, these shall be thine for this. Blessings like to thine doth but recoil and bless homeward to the heart that uttered it. I cannot bless thee, my sister, as thou dost bless thyself in blessing my unworthiness. But, Isabel, by still keeping present the first wonder of our meeting, we shall make our hearts all feebleness. Let me then rehearse to thee what Pierre is, what life hitherto he hath been leading, and what hereafter he shall lead, so thou wilt be prepared. Nay, Pierre, that is my office. Thou art first entitled to my tale, then, if it suits thee, thou shalt make me the unentitled gift of thine. Listen to me now. The invisible things will give me strength. It is not much, Pierre, nor aught very marvellous. Listen, then. I feel soothed down to utterance now. During some brief, interluding, silent pauses in their interview thus far, Pierre had heard a soft, slow, sad, to and fro, meditative stepping on the floor above, and in the frequent pauses that intermitted the strange story in the following chapter, that same soft, slow, sad, to and fro, meditative, and most melancholy stepping was again and again audible in the silent room. 3. I never knew a mortal mother. The farthest stretch of my life's memory cannot recall one single feature of such a face. If indeed mother of mine hath lived, she is long gone, and cast no shadow on the ground she trod. Pierre, the lips that do now speak to thee never touched a woman's breast. I seem not of woman born. My first dim life thoughts cluster round an old, half-ruinous house in some region for which I now have no chart to seek it out. If such a spot did ever really exist, that too seems to have been withdrawn from all the remainder of the earth. It was a wild, dark house, planted in the midst of a round, cleared, deeply sloping space, scooped out of the middle of deep, stunted pine woods. Ever I shrunk at evening from peeping out of my window, lest the ghostly pines should steal near to me, and reach out their grim arms to snatch me into their horrid shadows. In summer the forests unceasingly hummed with unconjecturable voices of unknown birds and beasts. In winter its deep snows were traced like any paper map, with dotting night tracks of four-footed creatures that, even to the sun, were never visible, and never were seen by man at all. In the round open space the dark house stood, without one single green twig or leaf to shelter it. Shadeless and shelterless in the heart of shade and shelter. Some of the windows were rudely boarded up, with boards nailed straight up and down, and those rooms were utterly empty and never were entered, though they were doorless. But often, from the echoing corridor, I gazed into them with fear, for the great fireplaces were all in ruins. The lower tier of backstones were burnt into one white, common crumbling, and the black bricks above had fallen upon the hearths, heaped here and there with the still falling soot of long extinguished fires. Every hearthstone in that house had one long crack through it. Every floor drooped at the corners, and outside the whole base of the house, where it rested on the low foundation of greenish stones, was strewn with dull, yellow moulderings of the rotting sills. No name, no scrawled or written thing, no book was in the house, no one memorial speaking of its former occupants. It was dumb as death. No gravestone or mound or any little hillock around the house betrayed any past burials of man or child. And thus, with no trace then to me of its past history, thus it hath now entirely departed and perished from my slightest knowledge as to where the house so stood, or in what region it so stood. None other house like it have I seen. But once I saw plates of the outside of French chateaux, which powerfully recalled its dim image to me, especially the 2 rows of small dormer windows projecting from the inverted hopper roof. But that house was of wood, and these of stone. Still, sometimes I think that house was not in this country, but somewhere in Europe, perhaps in France. But it is all bewildering to me, and so you must not start at me, for I can but talk wildly upon so wild a theme. In this house I never saw any living human soul, but an old man and woman. The old man's face was almost black with age, and was one purse of wrinkles, his hoary beard always tangled, streaked with dust and earthy crumbs. I think in summer he toiled a little in the garden, or some spot like that, which lay on one side of the house. All my ideas are in uncertainty and confusion here. But the old man and the old woman seem to have fastened themselves indelibly upon my memory. I suppose their being the only human things around me then that caused the hold they took upon me. They seldom spoke to me, but would sometimes, of dark, gusty nights, sit by the fire and stare at me, and then mumble to each other, and then stare at me again. They were not entirely unkind to me, but, I repeat, they seldom or never spoke to me. What words or language they used to each other, this it is impossible for me to recall. I have often wished to, for then I might at least have some additional idea whether the house was in this country or somewhere beyond the sea. And here I ought to say that sometimes I have, I know not what sort of vague remembrances of, at one time, shortly after the period I now speak of, chattering in 2 different childish languages, one of which waned in me as the other and latter grew. But more of this anon. It was the woman that gave me my meals, for I did not eat with them. Once they sat by the fire with a loaf between them and a bottle of some thin sort of reddish wine, and I went up to them and asked to eat with them, and touched the loaf. But instantly the old man made a motion as if to strike me, but did not, and the woman, glaring at me, snatched the loaf and threw it into the fire before them. I ran frightened from the room and sought a cat, which I had often tried to coax into some intimacy, but for some strange cause without success. But in my frightened loneliness, then I sought the cat again and found her upstairs, softly scratching for some hidden thing among the litter of the abandoned fireplaces. I called to her, for I dared not go into the haunted chamber, but she only gazed sideways and unintelligently toward me, and continued her noiseless searchings. I called again, and then she turned round and hissed at me, and I ran downstairs, still stung with the thought of having been driven away there, too. I now knew not where to go to rid myself of my loneliness. At last I went outside of the house and sat down on a stone, but its coldness went up to my heart, and I rose and stood on my feet. But my head was dizzy. I could not stand. I fell, and knew no more. But next morning I found myself in bed, in my uncheerable room, and some dark bread and a cup of water by me. It has only been by chance that I have told thee this one particular reminiscence of my early life in that house. I could tell many more like it, but this is enough to show what manner of life I led at that time. Every day that I then lived, I felt all visible sights and all audible sounds growing stranger and stranger, and fearful and more fearful to me. To me, the man and the woman were just like the cat. None of them would speak to me. None of them were comprehensible to me. And the man and the woman and the cat were just like the green foundation stones of the house to me. I knew not whence they came, or what cause they had for being there. I say again, no living human soul came to the house but the man and the woman, but sometimes the old man early trudged away to a road that led through the woods, and would not come back till late in the evening. He brought the dark bread and the thin reddish wine with him. Though the entrance to the wood was not so very far from the door, yet he came so slowly and infirmly trudging with his little load, that it seemed weary hours on hours between my first descrying him among the trees and his crossing the splintered threshold. Now the wide and vacant blurrings of my early life thicken in my mind. All goes wholly memoryless to me now. It may have been that about that time I grew sick with some fever, in which for a long interval I lost myself. Or it may be true, which I have heard, that after the period of our very earliest recollections, then a space intervenes of entire unknowingness, followed again by the first dim glimpses of the succeeding memory, more or less distinctly embracing all our past up to that one early gap in it. However this may be, nothing more can I recall of the house in the wide open space, nothing of how at last I came to leave it, but I must have been still extremely young then. But some uncertain, tossing memory have I of being at last in another round, open space, but immensely larger than the first one, and with no encircling belt of woods. Yet often it seems to me that there were 3 tall, straight things, like pine trees, somewhere there, nigh to me at times, and that they fearfully shook and snapped as the old trees used to in the mountain storms. And the floors seemed sometimes to droop at the corners still more steeply than the old floors did, and changefully drooped too, so that I would even seem to feel them drooping under me. Now, too, it was that, as it sometimes seems to me, I first and last chattered in the 2 childish language I spoke of a little time ago. There seemed people about me, some of whom talked one and some the other, but I talked both. Yet one not so readily as the other, but beginningly, as it were, still this other was the one which was gradually displacing the former. The men who, as it sometimes dreamily seems to me at times, often climbed the 3 strange tree-like things, they talked, I needs must think, if indeed I have any real thought about so bodiless a phantom as this is, they talked the language which I speak of as at this time gradually waning in me. It was a bony tongue. Oh, seems to me so sparklingly gay and lightsome, just the tongue for a child like me, if the child had not been so sad always. It was pure children's language, Pierre, so twittering, such a chirp. In thine own mind thou must now perceive that most of these dim remembrances in me hint vaguely of a ship at sea, but all is dim and vague to me. Scarce know I at any time whether I tell you real things or the unrealist dreams. Always in me the solidest things melt into dreams and dreams into solidities. Never have I wholly recovered from the effects of my strange early life. This it is that even now, this moment, surrounds thy visible form, my brother, with a mysterious mistiness, so that a second face and a third face and a fourth face peep at me from within thy own. Now dim and more dim grows in me all the memory of how thou and I did come to meet. I go, groping again amid all sorts of shapes, which part to me, so that I seem to advance through the shapes, and yet the shapes have eyes that look at me. I turn round, and they look at me. I step forward, and they look at me. Let me be silent now. Do not speak to me. 4. Filled with nameless wonderings at this strange being, Pierre sat mute, intensely regarding her half-averted aspect. Her immense soft tresses of the jettest hair had slantingly fallen over her as though a curtain were half drawn from before some saint enshrined. To Pierre she seemed half unearthly, but this unearthliness was only her mysteriousness, not anything that was repelling or menacing to him. And still, the low melodies of her far interior voice hovered in sweet echoes in the room, and were trodden upon, and pressed like gushing grapes by the steady, invisible pacing on the floor above. She moved a little now, and after some strange wanderings more coherently continued. My next memory, which I think I can in some degree rely upon, was yet another house, also situated away from human haunts, in the heart of a not entirely silent country. Through this country, and by the house, wound a green and lagging river. That house must have been in some lowland, for the first house I spoke of seems to me to have been somewhere among mountains or near to mountains. The sounds of the far waterfalls, I seem to hear them now. The steady up-pointed cloud shapes behind the house in the sunset sky, I seem to see them now. But this other house, this second one or third one, I know not which, I say again it was in some lowland. There were no pines around it, few trees of any sort. The ground did not slope so steeply as around the first house. There were cultivated fields about it, and in the distance farmhouses and outhouses and cattle and fowls, and many objects of that familiar sort. This house, I am persuaded, was in this country, on this side of the sea. It was a very large house and full of people, but for the most part they lived separately. There were some old people in it, and there were young men and young women in it, some very handsome, and there were children in it. It seemed a happy place to some of these people. Many of them were always laughing, but it was not a happy place for me. But here I may err. Because of my own consciousness I cannot identify in myself. I mean in the memory of my whole foregoing life. I say I cannot identify that thing which is called happiness, that thing whose token is a laugh or a smile or a silent serenity on the lip. I may have been happy, but it is not in my conscious memory now. Nor do I feel a longing for it as though I had never had it. My spirit seeks different food from happiness, for I think I have a suspicion of what it is. I have suffered wretchedness, but not because of the absence of happiness and without praying for happiness. I pray for peace, for motionlessness, for the feeling of myself as of some plant absorbing life without seeking it and existing without individual sensation. I feel that there can be no perfect peace in individualness. Therefore I hope one day to feel myself drank up into the pervading spirit animating all things. I feel I am an exile here. I still go straying. Yes, in thy speech thou smilest, but let me be silent again. Do not answer me. When I resume, I will not wander so, but make short end. Reverently resolve not to offer the slightest let or hinting hindrance to the singular tale rehearsing to him, but to sit passively and receive its marvellous droppings into his soul, however long the pauses, and as touching less mystical considerations, persuaded that by so doing he should ultimately derive the least nebulous and imperfect account of Isabel's history. Pierre still sat, waiting her resuming, his eyes fixed upon the girl's wonderfully beautiful ear, which, chancing to peep forth from among her abundant tresses, nestled in that blackness like a transparent seashell of pearl. She moved little now, and after some strange wanderings more coherently continued, while the sound of the stepping on the floor above, it seemed to cease. I have spoken of the second, or rather the third, spot in my memory of the past, as it first appeared to me. I have spoken of the people in the house, according to my very earliest recallable impression of them. But I stayed in that house for several years, 5, 6, perhaps 7 years, and during the interval of my stay all things changed to me, because I learned more, though always dimly. Some of its occupants departed, some changed from smiles to tears, some went moping all the day, some grew as savages and outrageous, and were dragged below by dumb-like men into deep places that I knew nothing of, but dismal sounds came through the lower floor, groans and clanking fallings as of iron in straw. Now and then I saw coffins silently at noonday carried into the house, and in 5 minutes' time emerge again, seemingly heavier than they entered, but I saw not one who was in them. Once I saw an immense-sized coffin, endwise pushed through a lower window by 3 men who did not speak, and watching I saw it pushed out again, and they drove off with it. But the numbers of those invisible persons who thus departed from the house were made good by other invisible persons arriving in close carriages. Some in rags and tatters came on foot, or rather were driven on foot. Once I heard horrible outcries, and peeping from my window, saw a robust but squalid and distorted man, seemingly a peasant, tied by cords with 4 long ends to them, held behind by as many ignorant-looking men who, with a lash, drove the wild, squalid being that way toward the house. Then I heard answering hand-clappings, shrieks, howls, laughter, blessings, prayers, oaths, hymns, and all audible confusions issuing from all the chambers of the house. Sometimes there entered the house, though only transiently, departing within the hour they came, people of a then remarkable aspect to me. They were very composed of countenance, did not laugh, did not groan, did not weep, did not make strange faces, did not look endlessly fatigued, were not strangely and fantastically dressed. In short, did not at all resemble any people I had ever seen before, except a little like some few of the persons of the house who seemed to have authority over the rest. These people of a remarkable aspect to me, I thought they were strangely demented people, composed of countenance, but wandering of mind, soul composed and bodily wandering, and strangely demented people. By and by, the house seemed to change again, or else my mind took in more and modified its first impressions. I was lodged upstairs in a little room. There was hardly any furniture in the room. Sometimes I wished to go out of it, but the door was locked. Sometimes the people came and took me out of the room into a much larger and very long room, and here I would collectively see many of the other people of the house, who seemed likewise brought from distant and separate chambers. In this long room they would vacantly roam about and talk vacant talk to each other. Some would stand in the middle of the room, gazing steadily on the floor for hours together, and never stirred, but only breathed and gazed upon the floor. Some would sit crouching in the corner, and sit crouching there, and only breathe and crouch in the corners. Some kept their hands tight on their hearts, and went slowly promenading up and down, moaning and moaning to themselves. One would say to another, "Feel of it, here, put thy hand in the break." Another would mutter, "Broken, broken, broken," and would mutter nothing but that one word, broken. But most of them were dumb and could not or would not speak, or had forgotten how to speak. They were nearly all pale people. Some had hair white as snow, and yet were quite young people. Some were always talking about hell, eternity, and God, and some of all things as fixedly decreed. Others would say nay to this, and then they would argue, but without much conviction either way. But once nearly all the people present, even the dumb moping people, and the sluggish persons crouching in the corners, nearly all of them laughed once, when after a whole day's loud babbling, two of these predestinarian opponents said each to the other, "Thou hast convinced me, friend, but we are quits, for so also have I convinced thee the other way. Now then, let's argue it all over again, for still, though mutually converted, we are still at odds." Some harangued the wall, some apostrophized the air, some hissed at the air, some lolled their tongues out at the air, some struck the air, some made motions as if wrestling with the air, and fell out of the arms of the air, panting from the invisible hug. Now, as in the former thing, thou must ere this have suspected what manner of place this second or third house was that I then lived in. But do not speak the word to me. That word has never passed my lips. Even now, when I hear the word, I run from it. When I see it printed in a book, I run from the book. The word is wholly unendurable to me. Who brought me to the house? How I came there, I do not know. I lived a long time in the house. That alone I know. I say I know, but still I am uncertain. Still, Pierre, still the dreaminess, the bewilderingness. It never entirely leaves me. Let me be still again. She leaned away from him. She put her small, hard hand to her forehead, then moved it down very slowly, but still hardly over her eyes, and kept it there, making no other sign, and still as death. Then she moved and continued her vague tale of terribleness. I must be shorter. I did not mean to turn off into the mere offshootings of my story, here and there, but the dreaminess I speak of leads me sometimes, and I, as impotent then, obey the dreamy prompting. Bear with me. Now I will be briefer. It came to pass at last that there was a contention about me in the house, some contention which I heard in the after-rumour only, not at the actual time. Some strangers had arrived, or had come in haste, being sent for to the house. Next day they dressed me in a new and pretty but still plain clothes, and they took me downstairs and out into the air, and into a carriage with a pleasant-looking woman, a stranger to me, and I was driven off a good way. 2 days nearly we drove away, stopping somewhere overnight, and on the evening of the second day we came to another house, and went into it, and stayed there. This house was a much smaller one than the other, and seemed sweetly quiet to me after that. There was a beautiful infant in it, and this beautiful infant always archly and innocently smiling on me, and strangely beckoning me to come and play with it, and be glad with it, and be thoughtless, and be glad and gleeful with it. This beautiful infant first brought to me my own mind, as it were, first made me sensible that I was something different from stones, trees, cats, first undid in me the fancy that all people were as stones, trees, cats, first filled me with the sweet idea of humanness, first made me aware of the infinite mercifulness and tenderness and beautifulness of humanness. And this beautiful infant first filled me with the dim thought of beauty, and equally, at the same time, with the feeling of the sadness, of the immortalness and universalness of the sadness. I now feel that I should soon have gone. Stop me now. Do not let me go that way. I owe all things to that beautiful infant. Oh, how I envied it, lying in its happy mother's breast, and drawing life and gladness, and all its perpetual smilingness from that white and smiling breast. That infant saved me, but still gave me vague desirings. Now I first began to reflect in my mind, to endeavour after the recalling past things, but try as I would, little could I recall but the bewilderingness, and the stupor and the torpor and the blackness and the dimness and the vacant whirlingness of the bewilderingness. Let me be still again. And the stepping on the floor above, it then resumed. 5. I must have been 9 or 10 or 11 years old when the pleasant-looking woman carried me away from the large house. She was a farmer's wife, and now that was my residence, the farmhouse. They taught me to sew and work with wool and spin the wool. I was nearly always busy now. This being busy too, this must have been which partly brought me to the power of being sensible of myself as something human. Now I began to feel strange differences. When I saw a snake trailing through the grass and darting out the fire fork from its mouth, I said to myself, that thing is not human, but I am human. When the lightning flashed and split some beautiful tree and left it to rot from all its greenness, I said, that lightning is not human, but I am human. And so with all other things. I cannot speak coherently here, but somehow I felt that all good, harmless men and women were human things, placed at cross purposes, in a world of snakes and lightnings, in a world of horrible and inscrutable inhumanities. I have had no training of any sort. All my thoughts well up in me. I know not whether they pertain to the old bewilderings or not, but as they are, and I cannot alter them, for I had nothing to do with putting them in my mind, and I never affect any thoughts, and I never adulterate any thoughts, but when I speak, think forth from the tongue, speech being sometimes before the thought, so often my own tongue teaches me new things. Now, as yet I never had questioned the woman or her husband, or the young girls, their children, why I had been brought to the house, or how long I was to stay in the house. There I was, just as I found myself in the world. There I was, for what cause I had been brought into the world would have been no stranger question to me than for what cause I had been brought to the house. I knew nothing of myself or anything pertaining to myself. I felt my pulse, my thought, but other things I was ignorant of, except the general feeling of my humanness among the inhumanities. But as I grew older, I expanded in my mind. I began to learn things out of me, to see still stranger and minuter differences. I called the woman mother, and so did the other girls. Yet the woman often kissed them, but seldom me. She always helped them first at table. The farmer scarcely ever spoke to me. Now months, years rolled on, and the young girls began to stare at me. Then the bewilderingness of the old starings of the solitary old man and woman by the cracked hearthstone of the desolate old house in the desolate, round, open space, the bewilderingness of those old starings now returned to me, and the green starings and the serpent hissings of the uncompanionable cat recurred to me, and the feeling of the infinite forlornness of my life rolled over me. But the woman was very kind to me. She taught the girls not to be cruel to me. She would call me to her, and speak cheerfully to me, and I thanked Not God, for I had been taught no God. I thanked the bright human summer and the joyful human sun in the sky. I thanked the human summer and the sun that they had given me the woman, and I would sometimes steal away into the beautiful grass and worship the kind summer and the sun, and often say over to myself the soft words, summer and the sun. Still, weeks and years ran on, and my hair began to veil me with its fullness and its length. And now often I heard the word beautiful spoken of my hair, and beautiful spoken of myself. They would not say the word openly to me, but I would by chance overhear them whispering it. The word joyed me with the human feeling of it. They were wrong not to say it openly to me. My joy would have been so much the more assured for the openness of their saying beautiful to me, and I know it would have filled me with all conceivable kindness toward everyone. Now I had heard the word beautiful whispered. Now and then, for some months, when a new being came to the house, they called him gentleman. His face was wonderful to me. Something strangely like it, and yet again unlike it, I had seen before, but where, I could not tell. But one day, looking into the smooth water behind the house, there I saw the likeness, something strangely like and yet unlike the likeness of his face. This filled me with puzzlings. The new being, the gentleman, he was very gracious to me. He seemed astonished and confounded at me. He looked at me, then at a very little round picture, so it seemed, which he took from his pocket and yet concealed from me. Then he kissed me, and looked with tenderness and grief upon me, and I felt a tear fall on me from him. Then he whispered a word into my ear. Father was the word he whispered, the same word by which the young girls called the farmer. Then I knew it was the word of kindness and of kisses. I kissed the gentleman. When he left the house, I wept for him to come again, and he did come again. All called him my father now. He came to see me once every month or two, till at last he came not at all, and when I wept and asked for him, they said the word dead to me. Then the bewilderings of the comings and the goings of the coffins at the large and populous house, these bewilderings came over me. What was it to be dead? What is it to be living? Wherein is the difference between the words death and life? Had I been ever dead? Was I living? Let me be still again. Do not speak to me. And the stepping on the floor above, again it did resume. Months ran on, and now I somehow learned that my father had every now and then sent money to the woman to keep me with her in the house, and that no more money had come to her after he was dead. The last penny of the former money was now gone. Now the farmer's wife looked troubledly and painfully at me, and the farmer looked unpleasantly and impatiently at me. I felt that something was miserably wrong. I said to myself, I am one too many. I must go away from the pleasant house. Then the bewilderings of all the loneliness and forlornness of all my forlorn and lonely life, all these bewilderings and the whelmings of the bewilderings rolled over me, and I sat down without the house, but could not weep. But I was strong, and I was a grown girl now. I said to the woman, keep me hard at work, let me work all the time, but let me stay with thee. But the other girls were sufficient to do the work. Me they wanted not. The farmer looked out of his eyes at me, and the outlookings of his eyes said plainly to me, thee we do not want, go from us. Thou art one too many, and thou art more than one too many. Then I said to the woman, hire me out to someone, let me work for someone. But I spread too wide my little story. I must make an end. The woman listened to me, and through her means I went to live at another house and earned wages there. My work was milking the cows, and making butter, and spinning wool, and weaving carpets of thin strips of cloth. One day there came to this house a pedlar. In his wagon he had a guitar, an old guitar, yet a very pretty one, but with broken strings. He had got it slyly in part exchange from the servants of a grand house some distance off. Spite of the broken strings, the thing looked very graceful and beautiful to me, and I knew there was a melodiousness lurking in the thing, though I had never seen a guitar before, nor heard of one, but there was a strange humming in my heart that seemed to prophesy of the hummings of the guitar. Intuitively, I knew that the strings were not as they should be. I said to the man, I will buy of thee the thing thou callest a guitar, but thou must put new strings to it. So he went to search for them and brought the strings, and restringing the guitar, turned it for me. So with part of my earnings I bought the guitar. Straightway I took it to my little chamber in the gable, and softly laid it on my bed. Then I murmured, sung and murmured to it, very lowly, very softly. I could hardly hear myself. And I changed the modulations of my singings and my murmurings, and still sung and murmured lowly, softly. More and more, and presently I heard a sudden sound. Sweet and low beyond all telling was the sweet and sudden sound. I clapped my hands. The guitar was speaking to me. The dear guitar was singing to me, murmuring and singing to me, the guitar. Then I sung and murmured to it with a still different modulation, and once more it answered me from a different string, and once more it murmured to me, and it answered to me with a different string. The guitar was human. The guitar taught me the secret of the guitar. The guitar learned me to play on the guitar. No music master have I ever had but the guitar. I made a loving friend of it, a heart friend of it. It sings to me as I to it. Love is not all on one side with the guitar. All the wonders that are unimaginable and unspeakable, all these wonders are translated in the mysterious melodiousness of the guitar. It knows all my past history. Sometimes it plays to me the mystic visions of the confused large house I never name. Sometimes it brings to me the bird twitterings in the air, and sometimes it strikes up in me rapturous pulsations of legendary delights eternally unexperienced and unknown to me. Bring me the guitar. 6. Entranced, lost, as one wandering, bedazzled and amazed among innumerable dancing lights, Pierre had motionlessly listened to this abundant-haired and large-eyed girl of mystery. Bring me the guitar. Starting from his enchantment, Pierre gazed round the room and saw the instrument leaning against a corner. Silently he brought it to the girl, and silently sat down again. Now listen to the guitar, and the guitar shall sing to thee the sequel of my story, for not in words can it be spoken. So, listen to the guitar. Instantly the room was populous with sounds of melodiousness and mournfulness and wonderfulness. The room swarmed with the unintelligible but delicious sounds. The sounds seemed waltzing in the room. The sounds hung pendulous like glittering icicles from the corners of the room, and fell upon him with a ringing silveryness, and were drawn up again to the ceiling, and hung pendulous again, and dropped down upon him again with the ringing silveryness. Fireflies seemed buzzing in the sounds. Summer lightning seemed vividly yet softly audible in the sounds. And still the wild-eyed girl played on the guitar, and her long dark shower of curls fell over it and veiled it, and still Out from the veil came the swarming sweetness, and the utter unintelligibleness, but the infinite significancies of the sound of the guitar. "Girl of all bewildering mystery," cried Pierre, "speak to me, sister, if thou indeed canst be a thing that's mortal. Speak to me, if thou be Isabel." "Mystery, mystery, mystery of Isabel. Mystery, mystery, Isabel and mystery." Among the waltzings and the droppings and the swarmings of the sounds, Pierre now heard the tones above deftly stealing and winding among the myriad serpentinings of the other melody, deftly stealing and winding as respected the instrumental sounds, but in themselves wonderfully and abandonedly free and bold, bounding and rebounding as from multitudinous reciprocal walls, while with every syllable the hair-shrouded form of Isabel swayed to and fro with a like abandonment and suddenness and wantonness. Then it seemed not like any song, seemed not issuing from any mouth, but it came forth from beneath the same veil concealing the guitar. Now a strange wild heat burned upon his brow. He put his hand to it. Instantly the music changed, and drooped and changed, and changed and changed, and lingeringly retreated as it changed, and at last was wholly gone. Pierre was the first to break the silence. "Isabel, thou hast filled me with such wonderings. I am so distraught with thee, that the particular things I had to tell to thee when I hither came, these things I cannot now recall, to speak them to thee. I feel that something is still unsaid by thee, which at some other time thou wilt reveal. But now I can stay no longer with thee. Know me eternally as thy loving, revering, and most marvelling brother, who will never desert thee, Isabel. Now, let me kiss thee and depart, till tomorrow night, when I shall open to thee all my mind, and all my plans concerning me and thee. Let me kiss thee, and adieu." As full of unquestioning and unfaltering faith in him, the girl sat motionless and heard him out. Then silently rose and turned her boundlessly confiding brow to him. He kissed it thrice, and without another syllable left the place. Book 7. Intermediate between Pierre's 2 interviews with Isabel at the farmhouse. 1. Not immediately, not for a long time, could Pierre fully, or by any approximation, realize the scene which he had just departed. But the vague revelation was now in him, that the visible world, some of which before had seemed but too common and prosaic to him, and but too intelligible, he now vaguely felt that all the world and every misconceivedly common and prosaic thing in it was steeped a million fathoms in a mysteriousness wholly hopeless of solution. First, the enigmatical story of the girl, and the profound sincerity of it, and yet the ever-accompanying haziness, obscurity, and almost miraculousness of it. First, this wonderful story of the girl had displaced all commonness and prosaicness from his soul, and then the inexplicable spell of the guitar, and the subtleness of the melodious appealings of the few brief words from Isabel sung in the conclusion of the melody. All this had bewitched him and enchanted him, till he had sat motionless and bending over, as a tree transformed and mystery-laden visitant, caught and fast bound in some necromancer's garden. But as now burst from these sorceries, He hurried along the open road. He strove for the time to dispel the mystic feeling, or at least postpone it for a while, until he should have time to rally both body and soul from the more immediate consequences of that day's long fastings and wanderings, and that night's never-to-be-forgotten scene. He now endeavored to beat away all thoughts from him but of present bodily needs. Passing through the silent village, he heard the clock tell the mid-hour of night. Hurrying on, he entered the mansion by a private door, the key of which hung in a secret outer place. Without undressing, he flung himself upon the bed. But remembering himself again, he rose and adjusted his alarm clock so that it would emphatically repeat the hour of 5. Then to bed again, and driving off all intrudings of thoughtfulness, and resolutely bending himself to slumber, he, by and by, fell into its at first reluctant, but at last welcoming and hospitable arms. At 5 he rose, and in the east saw the first spears of the advanced guard of the day. It had been his purpose to go forth at that early hour, and so avoid all casual contact with any inmate of the mansion, and spend the entire day in a second wandering in the woods, as the only fit prelude to the society of so wild a being as his new-found sister Isabel. But the familiar home sights of his chamber strangely worked upon him. For an instant he almost could have prayed Isabel back into the wonder world from which she had so slidingly emerged. For an instant, the fond, all-understood blue eyes of Lucy displaced the as tender but mournful and inscrutable dark glance of Isabel. He seemed placed between them, to choose one or the other. Then both seemed his, but into Lucy's eyes there stole half of the mournfulness of Isabel's without diminishing hers. Again the faintness and the long life-weariness benumbed him. He left the mansion and put his bare forehead against the restoring wind. He re-entered the mansion and adjusted the clock to repeat emphatically the call of 7, and then lay upon his bed. But now he could not sleep. At 7 he changed his dress, and at 8:30 went below to meet his mother at the breakfast table, having a little before overheard her step upon the stair. 2. He saluted her, but she looked gravely and yet alarmedly, and then in a sudden, illy repressed panic upon him. Then he knew he must be wonderfully changed, but his mother spoke not to him, only to return his good morning. He saw that she was deeply offended with him on many accounts, moreover, that she was vaguely frightened about him, and finally that notwithstanding all this, her stung pride conquered all apprehensiveness in her, and he knew his mother well enough to be very certain that, though he should unroll a magician's parchment before her now, she would verbally express no interest and seek no explanation from him. Nevertheless, he could not entirely abstain from testing the power of her reservedness. "I have been quite an absentee, Sister Mary," said he, with ill-affected pleasantness. "Yes, Pierre. How does the coffee suit you this morning? It is some new coffee?" "It is very nice, very rich and odorous, Sister Mary." "I'm glad you find it so, Pierre." "Why don't you call me Brother Pierre?" "Have I not called you so? Well then, Brother Pierre, is that better?" "Why do you look so indifferently and icily upon me, Sister Mary?" "Do I look indifferently and icily? Then I will endeavour to look otherwise. Give me the toast there, Pierre." "You are very deeply offended at me, my dear mother." "Not in the slightest degree, Pierre. Have you seen Lucy lately?" "I have not, my mother." "Ah, a bit of salmon, Pierre?" "You are too proud to show toward me what you are this moment feeling, my mother." Mrs. Glendinning slowly rose to her feet, and her full stature of womanly beauty and majesty stood imposingly over him. "Tempt me no more, Pierre. I will ask no secret from thee. All shall be voluntary between us, as it ever has been, until very lately, or all shall be nothing between us. Beware of me, Pierre. There lives not that being in the world of whom thou hast more reason to beware, so you continue but a little longer to act thus with me." She reseated herself and spoke no more. Pierre kept silence, and after snatching a few mouthfuls of he knew not what, silently quitted the table and the room and the mansion. 3. As the door of the breakfast-room closed upon Pierre, Mrs. Glendinning rose, her fork unconsciously retained in her hand. Presently, as she paced the room in deep, rapid thought, she became conscious of something strange in her grasp, and without looking at it to mark what it was, impulsively flung it from her. A dashing noise was heard, and then a quivering. She turned, and hanging by the side of Pierre's portrait, she saw her own smiling picture pierced through, and the fork whose silver tines had caught it in the painted bosom vibratingly rankled in the wound. She advanced swiftly to the picture and stood intrepidly before it. "Yes, thou art stabbed, but the wrong hand stabbed thee. This should have been thy silver blow," turning to Pierre's portrait face. "Pierre, Pierre, thou hast stabbed me with a poisoned point. I feel my blood chemically changing in me. I, the mother of the only surnamed Glendinning, I feel now as though I had borne the last of a swiftly to be extinguished race. For swiftly to be extinguished is that race whose only heir but so much as impends upon a deed of shame. And some deed of shame, or something most dubious and most dark, is in thy soul, or else some belying spectre, with a cloudy, shame-faced front, sat at yon seat but now. What can it be? Pierre, unbosom. Smile not so lightly upon my heavy grief. Answer, what is it, boy? Can it? No. Yes, surely. Can it? It cannot be. But he was not at Lucy's yesterday, nor was she here, and she would not see me when I called. What can this bode? But not a mere broken match, broken as lovers sometimes break, to mend the break with joyful tears so soon again. Not a mere broken match can break my proud heart so. If that indeed be part, it is not all. But no, it cannot be. He would not, could not, done so mad, so impious a thing. It was a most surprising face, though I confessed it not to him, nor even hinted that I saw it. But no, oh no, it cannot be. Such young peerlessness in such humbleness cannot have an honest origin. Lilies are not stalked on weeds, though polluted. They sometimes may stand among them. She must be both poor and vile, some chance blow of a splendid, worthless rake, doomed to inherit both parts of her infecting portion, vileness and beauty. No, I will not think of it. But what then? Sometimes I have feared that my pride would work me some woe incurable by closing both my lips and varnishing all my front, where I perhaps ought to be wholly in the melted and invoking mood. But who can get at one's own heart to mend it? Right one's self against another, that one may sometimes do, but when that other is one's own self, these ribs forbid. Then I will live my nature out. I will stand on pride. I will not budge. Let come what will, I shall not halfway run to meet it, to beat it off. Shall a mother abase herself before her stripling boy? Let him tell me of himself, or let him slide adown. 4. Pierre plunged into the woods, and paused not for several miles, paused not till he came to a remarkable stone, or rather smooth mass of rock, huge as a barn, which, wholly isolated horizontally, was yet sweepingly overarched by beech trees and chestnuts. It was shaped something like a lengthened egg, but flattened more, and, at the ends, pointed more, and yet not pointed, but irregularly wedge-shaped. Somewhere, near the middle of its underside, there was a lateral ridge, and an obscure point of this ridge rested on a second lengthwise sharpened rock, slightly protruding from the ground. Beside that one obscure and minute point of contact, the whole enormous and most ponderous mass touched not another object in the wide terraqueous world. It was a breathless thing to see. One broad-haunched end hovered within an inch of the soil all along to the point of teetering contact, but yet touched not the soil. Many feet from that, beneath one part of the opposite end, which was all seamed and half-riven, the vacancy was considerably larger, so as to make it not only possible, but convenient to admit a crawling man, yet no mortal being had ever been known to have the intrepid heart to crawl there. It might well have been the wonder of all the country round, but strange to tell, though hundreds of cottage hearthstones, where of long winter evenings both old men smoked their pipes and young men shelled their corn, surrounded it, at no very remote distance, yet had the youthful Pierre been the first known publishing discoverer of this stone, which he had thereupon fancifully christened the Menon stone. Possibly the reason why this singular object had so long remained unblazoned to the world was not so much because it had never before been lighted on, though indeed both belted and topped by the dense, deep luxuriance of the aboriginal forest, it lay like Captain Kidd's sunken hull in the gorge of the River Hudson's highlands, its crown being full 8 fathoms under high foliage mark during the great spring tide of foliage. And besides this, the cottagers had no special motive for visiting its more immediate vicinity at all, their timber and fuel being obtained from more accessible woodlands, as because, even if any of the simple people should have chanced to have beheld it, they, in their hoodwinked unappreciativeness, would not have accounted it any very marvellous sight, and therefore would never have thought it worth their while to publish it abroad. So that in real truth they might have seen it, and yet afterward have forgotten so inconsiderable a circumstance. In short, this wondrous Menon stone could be no Menon stone to them, nothing but a huge stumbling block, deeply to be regretted as a vast prospective obstacle in the way of running a handy little crossroad through that wild part of the manor. Now one day, while reclining near its flank, and intently eyeing it, and thinking how surprising it was that in so long settled a country he should have been the first discerning and appreciative person to light upon such a great natural curiosity, Pierre happened to brush aside several successive layers of old, grey-haired, close-cropped, nappy moss, and beneath, to his no small amazement, he saw rudely hammered in the rock some half-obliterated initials. S-Y. Then he knew that ignorant of the stone, as all the simple country round might immemorially have been, yet was not himself the only human being who had discovered that marvellous impending spectacle. But long and long ago, in quite another age, the stone had been beheld, and its wonderfulness fully appreciated, as the painstaking initials seemed to testify, by some departed man who, were he now alive, might possibly wag a beard old as the most venerable oak of centuries' growth. But who, in Methuselah's name, who might have been this S-Y-W? Pierre pondered long, but could not possibly imagine, for the initials, in their antiqueness, seemed to point to some period before the era of Columbus's discovery of the hemisphere. Happening in the end to mention the strange matter of these initials to a white-haired old gentleman, his city kinsman, who, after a long and richly varied but unfortunate life, had at last found great solace in the Old Testament, which he was continually studying with ever-increasing admiration. This white-haired old kinsman, after having learnt all the particulars about the stone, its bulk, its height, the precise angle of its critical impendings, and all that, and then, after much prolonged cogitation upon it, and several long-drawn sighs, and aged looks of hoar significance, and reading certain verses in Ecclesiastes, after all these tedious preliminaries, this not at all to be hurried white-haired old kinsman had laid his tremulous hand upon Pierre's firm young shoulder, and slowly whispered, "Boy, 'tis Solomon the Wise." Pierre could not repress a merry laugh at this, wonderfully diverted by what seemed to him so queer and crotchety a conceit, which he imputed to the alleged dotage of his venerable kinsman, who he well knew had once maintained that the old scriptural Ophir was somewhere on our northern sea-coast, so no wonder the old gentleman should fancy that King Solomon might have taken a trip as a sort of amateur supercargo of some Tyre or Sidon gold ship across the water, and happened to light on the Memnon stone while rambling about with bow and quiver shooting partridges. But merriment was by no means Pierre's usual mood when thinking of this stone, much less when seated in the woods. He, in the profound significance of that deep forest silence, viewed its marvellous impendings. A flitting conceit had often crossed him that he would like nothing better for a headstone than this same imposing pile, in which at times, during the soft swayings of the surrounding foliage, there seemed to lurk some mournful and lamenting plaint, as for some sweet boy long since departed in the antediluvian time. Not only might this stone well have been the wonder of the simple country round, but it might well have been its terror. Sometimes, wrought to a mystic mood by contemplating its ponderous inscrutableness, Pierre had called it the Terror Stone. Few could be bribed to climb its giddy height and crawl out upon its more hovering end. It seemed as if the dropping of one seed from the beak of the smallest flying bird would topple the immense mass over, crashing against the trees. It was a very familiar thing to Pierre. He had often climbed it, by placing long poles against it, and so creeping up to where it sloped in little crumbling stepping places, or by climbing high up the neighbouring beeches, and then lowering himself down upon the forehead-like summit by the elastic branches. But never had he been fearless enough, or rather foolhardy enough, it may be, to crawl on the ground beneath the vacancy of the higher end, that spot first menaced by the terror stone, should it ever really topple. "5. Yet now advancing steadily, and as if by some interior predetermination, and eyeing the mass unfalteringly, he then threw himself prone upon the wood's last year's leaves, and slid himself straight into the horrible interspace, and lay there as dead. He spoke not, for speechless thoughts were in him. These gave place at last to things less and less unspeakable, till at last, from beneath the very brow of the beetlings and the menacings of the terror stone, came the audible words of Pierre. If the miseries of the undisclosable things in me shall ever unhorse me from my manhood's seat, if to vow myself all virtues and all truths be but to make a trembling, distrusted slave of me, if life is to prove a burden I cannot bear without ignominious cringings, if indeed our actions are all foreordained, and we are Russian serfs to fate, if invisible devils do titter at us when we most nobly strive, if life be a cheating dream, and virtue as unmeaning and unsequelled with any blessing as the midnight mirth of wine, if, by sacrificing myself for duty's sake, my own mother re-sacrifices me, if duty's self be but a bugbear, and all things are allowable and unpunishable to man, then do thou, mute massiveness, fall on me. Ages thou hast waited, and if these things be thus, then wait no more, for whom better canst thou crush than him who now lies here invoking thee? A down-darting bird, all song, swiftly lighted on the unmoved and eternally immovable balancings of the terror stone, and cheerfully chirped to Pierre. The tree boughs bent and waved to the rushes of a sudden balmy wind, and slowly Pierre crawled forth, and stood haughtily upon his feet, as he owed thanks to none, and went his moody way. 6. When, in his imaginative, ruminating moods of early youth, Pierre had christened the wonderful stone by the old resounding name of Memnon, he had done so merely from certain associative remembrances of that Egyptian marvel of which all Eastern travellers speak. And when the fugitive thought had long ago entered him of desiring that same stone for his headstone, when he should be no more, then he had only yielded to one of those innumerable fanciful notions, tinged with dreamy painless melancholy, which are frequently suggested to the mind of a poetic boy. But in after times, when placed in far different circumstances from those surrounding him at the meadows, Pierre pondered on the stone, and his young thoughts concerning it, and later, his desperate act in crawling under it. Then an immense significance came to him, and the long-past unconscious movements of his then youthful heart seemed now prophetic to him, and allegorically verified by the subsequent events. For, not to speak of the other and subtler meanings which lie crouching behind the colossal haunches of this stone, regarded as the menacingly impending terror stone, hidden to all the simple cottagers, but revealed to Pierre, considered its aspects as the Memnon stone. For Memnon was that dewy royal boy, son of Aurora and born king of Egypt, who, with enthusiastic rashness, flinging himself on another's account into a rightful quarrel, fought hand to hand with his overmatch, and met his boyish and most dolorous death beneath the walls of Troy. His wailing subjects built a monument in Egypt to commemorate his untimely fate. Touched by the breath of the bereaved Aurora, every sunrise that statue gave forth a mournful broken sound, as of a harp string suddenly sundered, being too harshly wound. Herein lies an unsummed world of grief. For in this plaintive fable we find embodied the Hamletism of the antique world, the Hamletism of 3,000 years ago, the flower of virtue cropped by a too rare mischance. And the English tragedy is but Egyptian Memnon, Montanized and modernized, for being but a mortal man, Shakespeare had his fathers too. Now, as the Memnon statue survives down to this present day, so does that nobly striving but ever shipwrecked character in some royal youths, for both Memnon and Hamlet were the sons of kings, of which that statue is the melancholy type. But Memnon's sculptured woes did once melodiously resound, now all is mute. Fit emblem, that of old, poetry was a consecration and an obsequy to all hapless modes of human life. But in a bantering, barren, and prosaic, heartless age, Aurora's music moan is lost among our drifting sands, which whelm alike the monument and the dirge. Seven. As Pierre went on through the woods, all thoughts now left him but those investing Isabel. He strove to condense her mysterious haze into some definite and comprehensible shape. He could not but infer that the feeling of bewilderment, which she had so often hinted of during their interview, had caused her continually to go aside from the straight line of her narration, and finally to end it in an abrupt and enigmatical obscurity. But he also felt assured that as this was entirely unintended, and now doubtless regretted by herself, so their coming second interview would help to clear up much of this mysteriousness, considering that the elapsing interval would do much to tranquilize her and rally her into less of wonderfulness to him. He did not, therefore, so much accuse his unthinkingness in naming the postponing hour he had. For, indeed, looking from the morning down the vista of the day, it seemed as indefinite and interminable to him. He could not bring himself to confront any face or house, a ploughed field, any sign of tillage, the rotted stump of a long-felled pine. The slightest passing trace of man was uncongenial and repelling to him. Likewise, in his own mind, all remembrances and imaginings that had to do with the common and general humanity had become, for the time, in the most singular manner distasteful to him. Still, while thus loathing all that was common in the two different worlds, that without and that within, nevertheless, even in the most withdrawn and subtlest region of his own essential spirit, Pierre could not now find one single agreeable twig of thought whereon to perch his weary soul. Men in general seldom suffer from this utter pauperism of the spirit. If God hath not blessed them with incurable frivolity, men in general have still some secret thing of self-conceit or virtuous gratulation. Men in general have always done some small self-sacrificing deed for some other man, and so, in those now and then recurring hours of despondent lassitude, which must at various and differing intervals overtake almost every civilized human being, such persons straightway bethink them of their one or two or three small self-sacrificing things, and suck respite, consolation, and more or less compensating deliciousness from it. But with men of self-disdainful spirits, in whose chosen souls heaven itself hath by a primitive persuasion unindoctrinally fixed that most true Christian doctrine of the utter nothingness of good works, the casual remembrance of their benevolent well-doings does never distill one drop of comfort for them, even as, in harmony with the correlative Scripture doctrine, the recalling of their outlived errors and misdeeds conveys to them no slightest pang or shadow of reproach. Though the clue-defying mysteriousness of Isabel's narration did now, for the time, in this particular mood of his, put on a repelling aspect to our Pierre, yet something must occupy the soul of man, and Isabel was nearest to him then, and Isabel he thought of, at first with great discomfort and with pain, but anon, for heaven eventually rewards the resolute and duteous thinker, with lessening repugnance, and at last with still increasing willingness and congenialness. Now he recalled his first impressions. Here and there, while she was rehearsing to him her wild tale, he recalled those swift but mystical corroborations in his own mind and memory, which, by shedding another twinkling light upon her history, had but increased its mystery, while at the same time remarkably substantiating it. Her first recallable recollection was of an old deserted chateau-like house in a strange French-like country which she dimly imagined to be somewhere beyond the sea. Did not this surprisingly correspond with a certain natural inferences to be drawn from his Aunt Dorothea's account of the disappearance of the French young lady? Yes, the French young lady's disappearance on this side the water was only contingent upon her reappearance on the other. Then he shuddered as he darkly pictured the possible sequel of her life, and the wresting from her of her infant, and its immurement in the savage mountain wilderness. But Isabel had also vague impressions of herself crossing the sea, recrossing, emphatically thought Pierre, as he pondered on the unbidden conceit that she had probably first unconsciously and smuggledly crossed it hidden beneath her sorrowing mother's heart. But in attempting to draw any inferences from what he himself had ever heard for a coinciding proof or elucidation of this assumption of Isabel's actual crossing the sea at so tender an age, here Pierre felt all the inadequateness of both his own and Isabel's united knowledge to clear up the profound mysteriousness of her early life. In the certainty of this irremovable obscurity, he bowed himself and strove to dismiss it from his mind as worse than hopeless. So, also, in a good degree, did he endeavour to drive out of him Isabel's reminiscence of the, to her, unnameable large house from which she had been finally removed by the pleasant woman in the coach. This episode in her life, above all other things, was most cruelly suggestive to him, as possibly involving his father in the privity to a thing, at which Pierre's inmost soul fainted with amazement and abhorrence. Here the helplessness of all further light, and the eternal impossibility of logically exonerating his dead father, in his own mind, from the liability to this, and many other of the blackest self-insinuated suppositions, all this came over Pierre with a power so infernal and intense that it could only have proceeded from the unretarded malice of the evil one himself. But subtly and wantonly as these conceits stole into him, Pierre as subtly opposed them, and with the hue and cry of his whole indignant soul pursued them forth again into the wide Tartarian realm from which they had emerged. The more and the more that Pierre now revolved the story of Isabel in his mind, so much the more he amended his original idea that much of its obscurity would depart upon a second interview. He saw, or seemed to see, that it was not so much Isabel who had by her wild idiosyncrasies mystified the narration of her history, as it was the essential and unavoidable mystery of her history itself, which had invested Isabel with such wonderful enigmas to him. Eight. The issue of these reconsiderings was the conviction that all he could now reasonably anticipate from Isabel in further disclosure on the subject of her life was some few additional particulars bringing it down to the present moment, and also possibly filling out the latter portion of what she had already revealed to him. Nor here could he persuade himself that she would have much to say. Isabel had not been so digressive and withholding as he had thought. What more, indeed, could she now have to impart, except by what strange means she had at last come to find her brother out, and the dreary recital of how she had pecuniarily wrestled with her destitute condition, how she had come to leave one place of toiling refuge for another, till now he found her in humble servitude at Farmer Ulver's. Is it possible, then, thought Pierre, that there lives a human creature in this common world of every days, whose whole history may be told in little less than 20 words, and yet embody in that smallness a fathomless fountain of ever-welling mystery? Is it possible, after all, that spite of bricks and shaven faces, this world we live in is brimmed with wonders, and I and all mankind, beneath our garbs of commonplaceness, conceal enigmas that the stars themselves and perhaps the highest seraphim cannot resolve? The intuitively certain, however literally unproven fact of Isabel's sisterhood to him was a link that he now felt binding to him to a before unimagined and endless chain of wondering. His very blood seemed to flow through all his arteries with unwonted subtleness, when he thought that the same tide flowed through the mystic veins of Isabel. All his occasional pangs of dubiousness as to the grand governing thing of all, the reality of the physical relationship, only recoiled back upon him with added tribute of both certainty and insolubleness. She is my sister, my own father's daughter. Well, why do I believe it? The other day I had not so much as heard the remotest rumour of her existence. And what has since occurred to change me? What so new and incontestable vouchers have I handled? None at all. But I have seen her. Well, grant it, I might have seen 1,000 other girls whom I had never seen before, but for that I would not own any one among them for my sister. But the chair portrait, Pierre, think of that. But that was painted before Isabel was born. What can that portrait have to do with Isabel? It is not the portrait of Isabel. It is my father's portrait, and yet my mother swears it is not he. Now, alive as he was to all these searching, argumentative itemizings of the minutest known facts any way bearing upon the subject, and yet at the same time persuaded, strong as death, that in spite of them, Isabel was indeed his sister. How could Pierre, naturally poetic, and therefore piercing as he was, how could he fail to acknowledge the existence of that all-controlling and all-permeating wonderfulness, which, when imperfectly and isolatedly recognized by the generality, is so significantly denominated the finger of God? But it is not merely the finger. It is the whole outspread hand of God. For doth not Scripture intimate that he holdeth all in the hollow of his hand? A hollow, truly. Still, wandering through the forest, his eye pursuing its ever-shifting shadowy vistas, remote from all visible haunts and traces of that strangely wilful race, who, in the sordid traffickings of clay and mud, are ever seeking to denationalize the natural heavenliness of their souls, there came into the mind of Pierre thoughts and fancies never imbibed within the gates of towns, but only given forth by the atmosphere of primeval forests, which, with the eternal ocean, are the only unchanged general objects remaining to this day from those that originally met the gaze of Adam. For so it is that the apparently most inflammable or evaporable of all earthly things, wood and water, are in this view immensely the most endurable. Now all his ponderings, however excursive, wheeled round Isabel as their centre, and back to her they came again from every excursion, and again derived some new, small germs for wonderment. The question of time occurred to Pierre. How old was Isabel? According to all reasonable inferences from the presumed circumstances of her life, she was his elder, certainly, though by uncertain years. Yet her whole aspect was that of more than childlikeness. Nevertheless, not only did he feel his muscular superiority to her, so to speak, which made him spontaneously alive to a feeling of elderly protectingness over her, not only did he experience the thoughts of superior world acquaintance and general cultured knowledge, but spite of reason's self and irrespective of all mere computings, he was conscious of a feeling which independently pronounced him her senior in point of time, and Isabel a child of everlasting youngness. This strange, though strong conceit of his mysterious persuasion doubtless had its untraced and but little suspected origin in his mind from ideas born of his devout meditations upon the artless infantileness of her face, which, though profoundly mournful in the general expression, yet did not by any means for that cause lose one whit in its singular infantileness, as the faces of real infants in their earliest visibleness do oft-times wear a look of deep and endless sadness. But it was not the sadness, nor, indeed, strictly speaking, the infantileness of the face of Isabel, which so singularly impressed him with the idea of her original and changeless youthfulness. It was something else, yet something which entirely eluded him. Imaginatively exalted by the willing suffrages of all mankind into higher and purer realms than men themselves inhabit, beautiful women those of whom at least who are beautiful in soul as well as body, do, notwithstanding the relentless law of earthly fleetingness, still seem, for a long interval, mysteriously exempt from the incantations of decay. For as the outward loveliness touch by touch departs, the interior beauty touch by touch replaces that departing bloom with charms which, underivable from earth, possess the ineffaceableness of stars. Else, why at the age of 60 have some women held in the strongest bonds of love and fealty men young enough to be their grandsons? And why did all seducing Ninon unintendingly break scores of hearts at 70? It is because of the perennialness of womanly sweetness. Out from the infantile, yet eternal mournfulness of the face of Isabel, there looked on Pierre that angelic childlikeness, which our Saviour hints is the one only investiture of translated souls, for of such, even of little children, is the other world. Now, unending as the wonderful rivers which once bathed the feet of the primeval generations, and still remain to flow fast by the graves of all succeeding men, and by the beds of all now living, unending, ever-flowing, ran through the soul of Pierre, fresh and fresher, further and still further, thoughts of Isabel. But the more his thoughts river ran, the more mysteriousness it floated to him, and yet the more certainty that the mysteriousness was unchangeable. In her life there was an unravelled plot, and he felt that unravelled it would eternally remain to him. No slightest hope or dream had he, that what was dark and mournful in her would ever be cleared up into some coming atmosphere of light and mirth. Like all youths, Pierre had conned his novel lessons, had read more novels than most persons of his years, but their false, inverted attempts at systematizing eternally unsystematizable elements, their audacious, intermeddling impotency in trying to unravel and spread out and classify the more thin than gossamer threads which make up the complex web of life, these things over Pierre had no power now. Straight through their helpless miserableness he pierced, the one sensational truth in him transfixed like beetles all the speculative lies in them. He saw that human life doth truly come from that which all men are agreed to call by the name of God, and that it partakes of the unravellable inscrutableness of God. By infallible presentment he saw that not always does life's beginning gloom conclude in gladness, that wedding bells peal not ever in the last scene of life's fifth act, that while the countless tribes of common novels laboriously spin veils of mystery only to complacently clear them up at last, and that while the countless tribe of common dramas do but repeat the same, yet the profounder emanations of the human mind, intended to illustrate all that can be humanly known of human life, these never unravel their own intricacies, and have no proper endings, but in imperfect, unanticipated, and disappointing sequels as mutilated stumps, hurry to abrupt intermergings with the eternal tides of time and fate. So Pierre renounced all thought of ever having Isabel's dark lantern illuminated to him. Her light was lidded, and the lid was locked. Nor did he feel a pang at this. By posting hither and thither among the reminiscences of his family, and craftily interrogating his remaining relatives on his father's side, he might possibly rake forth some few small grains of dubious and most unsatisfying things, which, were he that way strongly bent, would only serve the more hopelessly to cripple him in his practical resolves. He determined to pry not at all this sacred problem. For him now the mystery of Isabel possessed all the bewitchingness of the mysterious vault of night, whose very darkness evokes the witchery. The thoughtful river still ran on in him, and now it floated still another thing to him. Though the letter of Isabel gushed with all a sister's sacred longings to embrace her brother, and in the most abandoned terms painted the anguish of her lifelong estrangement from him, and though, in effect, it took vows to this, that without his continual love and sympathy, further life for her was only fit to be thrown into the nearest unfathomed pool or rushing stream, yet when the brother and the sister had encountered, according to the set appointment, none of these impassionments had been repeated. She had more than thrice thanked God, and most earnestly blessed himself, that now he had come near to her in her loneliness. But no gesture of common and customary sisterly affection? Nay, from his embrace had she not struggled, nor kissed him once, nor had he kissed her, except when the salute was solely sought by him. Now Pierre began to see mysteries interpierced with mysteries, and mysteries eluding mysteries, and began to seem to see the mere imaginariness of the so supposed solidest principle of human association. Fate had done this thing for them. Fate had separated the brother and the sister, till to each other they somehow seemed so not at all. Sisters shrink not from their brothers' kisses, and Pierre felt that never, never would he be able to embrace Isabel with the mere brotherly embrace. While the thought of any other caress, which took hold of any domesticness, was entirely vacant from his uncontaminated soul, for it had never consciously intruded there. Therefore, forever unsistered for him by the stroke of fate, and apparently forever and twice removed from the remotest possibility of that love which had drawn him to his Lucy, yet still the object of the ardentest and deepest emotions of his soul, therefore, to him, Isabel wholly soared out of the realms of mortalness, and for him became transfigured in the highest heaven of uncorrupted love. Book 8. The second interview at the farmhouse, and the second part of the story of Isabel. Their immediate impulsive effect upon Pierre. 1. His second interview with Isabel was more satisfying, but none the less affecting and mystical than the first, though in the beginning, to his no small surprise, it was far more strange and embarrassing. As before, Isabel herself admitted him into the farmhouse, and spoke no word to him till they were both seated in the room of the double casement, and himself had first addressed her. If Pierre had any way predetermined how to deport himself at the moment, it was to manifest by some outward token the utmost affection for his sister. But her rapt silence, and that atmosphere of unearthliness which invested her, now froze him to his seat. His arms refused to open, his lips refused to meet in the fraternal kiss, while all the while his heart was overflowing with the deepest love, and he knew full well that his presence was inexpressibly grateful to the girl. Never did love and reverence so intimately react and blend. Never did pity so join with wonder in casting a spell upon the movements of his body and impeding him in its command. After a few embarrassed words from Pierre and a brief reply, a pause ensued, during which not only was the slow, soft stepping overheard quite audible, as at intervals on the night before, but also some slight domestic sounds were heard from the adjoining room, and noticing the unconsciously interrogating expression of Pierre's face, Isabel thus spoke to him. "I feel, my brother, that thou dost appreciate the peculiarity and the mystery of my life and of myself, and therefore I am at rest concerning the possibility of thy misconstruing any of my actions. It is only when people refuse to admit the uncommonness of some persons and the circumstances surrounding them that erroneous conceits are nourished and their feelings pained. My brother, if ever I shall seem reserved and unembracing to thee, still thou must ever trust the heart of Isabel, and permit no doubt to cross thee there. My brother, the sounds thou hast just overheard in yonder room have suggested to thee interesting questions connected with myself. Do not speak. I fervently understand thee. I will tell thee upon what terms I have been living here, and how it is that I, a hired person, am enabled to receive thee in this seemly privacy, for as thou mayest very readily imagine, this room is not my own. And this reminds me also that I have yet some few further trifling things to tell thee respecting the circumstances which have ended in bestowing upon me so angelical a brother. I cannot retain that word, said Pierre with earnest lowness, and drawing a little nearer to her. Of right, it only pertains to thee. My brother, I will now go on and tell thee all that I think thou couldst wish to know, in addition to what was so dimly rehearsed last night. Some 3 months ago, the people of the distant farmhouse, where I was then staying, broke up their household and departed for some western country. No place immediately presented itself where my services were wanted, but I was hospitably received at an old neighbour's hearth, and most kindly invited to tarry there till some employ should offer. But I did not wait for chance to help me. My inquiries resulted in ascertaining the sad story of Deli Ulver, and that, through the fate which had overtaken her, her aged parents were not only plunged into the most poignant grief, but were deprived of the domestic help of an only daughter, a circumstance whose deep discomfort cannot be easily realized by persons who have always been ministered to by servants. Though, indeed, my natural mood, if I may call it so, for want of a better term, was strangely touched by thinking that the misery of Delhi should be the source of benefit to me. Yet this had no practically operative effect upon me. My most inmost and truest thoughts seldom have, and so I came hither, and my hands will testify that I did not come entirely for naught. Now, my brother, since thou didst leave me yesterday, I have felt no small surprise, that thou didst not then seek from me how and when I came to learn the name of Glendenning as so closely associated with myself, and how I came to know Saddle Meadows to be the family seat, and how I at last resolved upon addressing thee, Pierre, and none other, and to what may be attributed that very memorable scene in the sewing circle at the Miss Penny's. I have myself been wondering at myself that these things should hitherto have so entirely absented themselves from my mind, responded Pierre. But truly, Isabel, thy all-abounding hair falls upon me with some spell which dismisses all ordinary considerations from me, and leaves me only sensible to the Nubian power in thine eyes. But go on, and tell me everything and anything. I desire to know all, Isabel, and yet nothing which thou wilt not voluntarily disclose. I feel that I already know the pith of all, that already I feel toward thee to the very limit of all, and that whatever remains for thee to tell me can but corroborate and confirm. So, go on, my dearest, my only sister. Isabel fixed her wonderful eyes upon him with a gaze of long impassionment, then rose suddenly to her feet and advanced swiftly toward him, but more suddenly paused, and reseated herself in silence, and continued so for a time with her head averted from him and mutely resting on her hand, gazing out of the open casement upon the soft heat lightning occasionally revealed there. She resumed anon. 2. My brother, thou wilt remember that certain part of my story, which, in reference to my more childish years spent remote from here, introduced the gentleman, our father, Pierre. I cannot describe to thee, for indeed I do not myself comprehend how it was, that though at the time I sometimes called him my father, and the people of the house also called him so, sometimes when speaking of him to me, yet partly, I suppose, because of the extraordinary secludedness of my previous life, I did not then join in my mind with the word father all those peculiar associations which the term ordinarily inspires in children. The word father only seemed a word of general love and endearment to me, little or nothing more. It did not seem to involve any claims of any sort, one way or the other. I did not ask the name of my father, for I could have had no motive to hear him named, except to individualize the person who was so peculiarly kind to me, and individualized in that way he already was, since he was generally called by us the gentleman, and sometimes my father. As I have no reason to suppose that had I then or afterward questioned the people of the house as to what more particular name my father went by in the world, they would have at all disclosed it to me, and indeed, since for certain singular reasons I now feel convinced that on that point they were pledged to secrecy, I do not know that I ever would have come to learn my father's name, and by consequence ever have learned the least shade or shadow of knowledge as to you, Pierre, or any of your kin, had it not been for the merest little accident, which early revealed it to me, though at the moment I did not know the value of that knowledge. The last time my father visited the house, he chanced to leave his handkerchief behind him. It was the farmer's wife who first discovered it. She picked it up, and, fumbling at it a moment, as if rapidly examining the corners, tossed it to me, saying, "Here, Isabel, here is the good gentleman's handkerchief. Keep it for him now, till he comes to see little Belle again." Gladly I caught the handkerchief and put it into my bosom. It was a white one, and upon closely scanning it, I found a small line of fine faded yellowish writing in the middle of it. At that time I could not read either print or writing, so I was none the wiser then, but still some secret instinct told me that the woman would not so freely have given me the handkerchief had she known there was any writing on it. I forbore questioning her on the subject. I waited till my father should return to secretly question him. The handkerchief had become dusty by lying on the uncarpeted floor. I took it to the brook and washed it, and laid it out on the grass where none would chance to pass, and I ironed it under my little apron so that none would be attracted to it to look at it again. But my father never returned, so in my grief the handkerchief became the more and the more endeared to me. It absorbed many of the secret tears I wept in memory of my dear departed friend, whom, in my childlike ignorance, I then equally called my father and the gentleman. But when the impression of his death became a fixed thing to me, then again I washed and dried and ironed the precious memorial of him, and put it away where none should find it but myself, and resolved never more to soil it with my tears. And I folded it in such a manner that the name was invisibly buried in the heart of it, and it was like opening a book and turning over many blank leaves before I came to the mysterious writing, which I knew should be one day read by me, without direct help from anyone. Now, I resolved to learn my letters and learn to read, in order that of myself I might learn the meaning of those faded characters. No other purpose but that only one did I have in learning then to read. I easily induced the woman to give me my little teachings, and being uncommonly quick, and moreover most eager to learn, I soon mastered the alphabet, and went on to spelling, and by to reading, and at last to the complete deciphering of the talismanic word, Glendenning. I was yet very ignorant. Glendenning, thought I, what is that? It sounds something like gentleman. Glendenning, just as many syllables as gentleman, and G, it begins with the same letter. Yes, it must mean my father. I will think of him by that word now. I will not think of the gentleman, but of Glendenning. When at last I removed from that house and went to another, and still another, and as I still grew up and thought more to myself, that word was ever humming in my head. I saw it would only prove the key to more. But I repressed all undue curiosity, if any such has ever filled my breast. I would not ask of anyone who it was that had been Glendenning, where he had lived, whether ever any other girl or boy had called him father as I had done. I resolved to hold myself in perfect patience, as somehow mystically certain that fate would at last disclose to me of itself and at the suitable time whatever fate thought it best for me to know. But now, my brother, I must go aside a little for a moment. Hand me the guitar. Surprised and rejoiced thus far at the unanticipated newness and the sweet lucidness and simplicity of Isabel's narrating, as compared with the obscure and marvellous revelations of the night before, and all eager for her to continue her story in the same limpid manner, but remembering into what a wholly tumultuous and unearthly frame of mind the melodies of her guitar had formerly thrown him, Pierre now, in handing the instrument to Isabel, could not entirely restrain something like a look of half-regret, accompanied rather strangely with a half-smile of gentle humour. It did not pass unnoticed by his sister, who, receiving the guitar, looked up into his face with an expression which would almost have been arch and playful, were it not for the ever-abiding shadows cast from her infinite hair into her unfathomed eyes, and redoubly shot back again from them. Do not be alarmed, my brother, and do not smile at me. I am not going to play the mystery of Isabel to thee tonight. Draw nearer to me now. Hold the light near to me. So saying, she loosened some ivory screws of the guitar so as to open a peep lengthwise through its interior. Now hold it thus, my brother, thus, and see what thou wilt see, but wait one instant till I hold the lamp. So saying, as Pierre held the instrument before him as directed, Isabel held the lamp so as to cast its light through the round-sounding hole into the heart of the guitar. Now, Pierre, now. Eagerly Pierre did as he was bid, but somehow felt disappointed and yet surprised at what he saw. He saw the word Isabel quite legibly, but still fadedly gilded upon a part of one side of the interior where it made a projecting curve. A very curious place thou hast cast, Isabel, wherein to have the ownership of the guitar engraved. How did ever any person get in there to do it, I should like to know? The girl looked surprisedly at him a moment, then took the instrument from him and looked into it herself. She put it down and continued. I see, my brother, thou dost not comprehend. When one knows everything about any object, one is too apt to suppose that the slightest hint will suffice to throw it quite as open to any other person. I did not have the name gilded there, my brother. How? Cried Pierre. The name was gilded there when I first got the guitar, though then I did not know it. The guitar must have been expressly made for some one by the name of Isabel, because the lettering could only have been put there before the guitar was put together. Go on, hurry, said Pierre. Yes, one day, after I had owned it a long time, a strange whim came into me. Thou knowest that it is not at all uncommon for children to break their dearest playthings in order to gratify a half-crazy curiosity to find out what it is in the hidden heart of them. So it is with children sometimes. And, Pierre, I have always been and feel that I must always continue to be a child, though I should grow to 60 years and 10. Seized with this sudden whim, I unscrewed the part I showed thee and peeped in and saw Isabel. Now, I have not yet told thee that from as early a time as I can remember, I have nearly always gone by the name of Bell, and at the particular time I now speak of, my knowledge of general and trivial matters was sufficiently advanced to make it quite a familiar thing to me that Bell was often a diminutive for Isabella or Isabel. It was therefore no very strange affair that, considering my age and other connected circumstances at the time, I should have instinctively associated the word Isabel found in the guitar with my own abbreviated name, and so be led into all sorts of fancyings. They return upon me now. Do not speak to me. She leaned away from him, toward the occasionally illuminated casement, in the same manner as on the previous night, and for a few moments seemed struggling with some wild bewilderment. But now she suddenly turned and fully confronted Pierre with all the wonderfulness of her most surprising face. "I am called woman, and thou man, Pierre, but there is neither man nor woman about it. Why should I not speak out to thee? There is no sex in our immaculateness. Pierre, the secret name in the guitar even now thrills me through and through. Pierre, think, think. Oh, canst thou not comprehend? See it? What I mean, Pierre? The secret name in the guitar thrills me, whirls me, so secret, wholly hidden, yet constantly carried about in it, unseen, unsuspected, always vibrating to the hidden heartstrings, broken heartstrings. Oh, my mother, my mother, my mother!" As the wild plaints of Isabel pierced into his bosom's core, they carried with them the first inkling of the extraordinary conceit, so vaguely and shrinkingly hinted at in her till now entirely unintelligible words. She lifted her dry, burning eyes of long-fringed fire to him. "Pierre, I have no slightest proof, but the guitar was hers. I know, I feel it was. Say, did I not last night tell thee how it first sung to me upon the bed, and answered me, without my once touching it, and how it always sung to me and answered me, and soothed and loved me? Hark now, thou shalt hear my mother's spirit." She carefully scanned the strings and tuned them carefully, then placed the guitar in the casement bench and knelt before it, and in low, sweet, and changefully modulated notes, so barely audible that Pierre bent over to catch them, breathed the word mother, mother, mother. There was profound silence for a time, when suddenly, to the lowest and least audible note of all, the magical, untouched guitar responded with a quick spark of melody, which, in the following hush, long vibrated and subsidingly tingled through the room, while to his augmented wonder he now espied, quivering along the metallic strings of the guitar, some minute scintillations, seemingly caught from the instrument's close proximity to the occasionally irradiated window. The girl still kept kneeling, but an altogether unwonted expression suddenly overcast her whole countenance. She darted one swift glance at Pierre, and then, with a single toss of her hand, tumbled her unrestrained locks all over her, so that they tent-wise invested her whole kneeling form close to the floor, and yet swept the floor with their wild redundancy. Never, sire of Lemmeyin girl, at dim mass in St. Dominic's Cathedral, so completely muffled the human figure. To Pierre, the deep oaken recess of the double casement, before which Isabel was kneeling, seemed now the immediate vestibule of some awful shrine, mystically revealed through the obscurely open window, which ever and anon was still softly illumined by the mild heat lightnings and ground lightnings that wove their wonderfulness without, in the unsearchable air of that ebonly warm and most noiseless summer night. Some unsubduable word was on Pierre's lip, but a sudden voice from out the veil bade him be silent. "Mother, mother, mother!" Again, After a preluding silence, the guitar as magically responded as before. The sparks quivered along its strings, and again Pierre felt as in the immediate presence of the spirit. "Shall I, mother? Art thou ready? Wilt thou tell me? Now? Now?" These words were lowly and sweetly murmured in the same way with the word mother, being changefully varied in their modulations, till the last now the magical guitar again responded, and the girl swiftly drew it to her beneath her dark tent of hair. In this act, as the long curls swept over the strings of the guitar, the strange sparks, still quivering there, caught at those attractive curls. The entire casement was suddenly and wovenly illumined, then waned again, while now, in the succeeding dimness, every downward undulating wave and billow of Isabel's tossed tresses gleamed here and there like a tract of phosphorescent midnight sea, and, simultaneously, all the four winds of the world of melody broke loose, and again, as on the previous night, only in a still more subtle and wholly inexplicable way, Pierre felt himself surrounded by 10,000 sprites and gnomes, and his whole soul was swayed and tossed by supernatural tides, and again he heard the wondrous, rebounding, chanted words. Mystery, mystery, mystery of Isabel. Mystery, mystery, Isabel and mystery. Mystery. Three. Almost deprived of consciousness by the spell flung over him by the marvellous girl, Pierre unknowingly gazed away from her as on vacancy, and when at last stillness had once more fallen upon the room, all except the stepping, and he recovered his self-possession and turned to look where he might now be, he was surprised to see Isabel composedly, though avertedly, seated on the bench, the longer and fuller tresses of her now ungleaming hair flung back, and the guitar quietly leaning in the corner. He was about to put some unconsidered question to her, but she half anticipated it by bidding him, in a low but nevertheless almost authoritative tone, not to make any allusion to the scene he had just beheld. He paused, profoundly thinking to himself, and now felt certain that the entire scene, from the first musical invocation of the guitar, must have unpremeditatedly proceeded from a sudden impulse in the girl, inspired by the peculiar mood into which the preceding conversation, and especially the handling of the guitar under such circumstances, had irresistibly thrown her. But that certain something of the preternatural in the scene, of which he could not rid his mind, the, so to speak, voluntary and all but intelligent responsiveness of the guitar, its strangely scintillating strings, the so suddenly glorified head of Isabel. Altogether, these things seemed not at the time entirely produced by customary or natural causes. To Pierre's dilated senses, Isabel seemed to swim in an electric fluid. The vivid buckler of her brow seemed as a magnetic plate. Now, first this night was Pierre made aware of that. In the superstitiousness of his rapt enthusiasm, he could not help believing was an extraordinary physical magnetism in Isabel, and, as it were derived from this marvellous quality thus imputed to her, he now first became vaguely sensible of a certain still more marvellous power in the girl over himself and his most interior thoughts and motions, a power so hovering upon the confines of the invisible world that it seemed more inclined that way than this, a power which not only seemed irresistibly to draw him toward Isabel, but to draw him away from another quarter, wantonly as it were, and yet quite ignorantly and unintendingly, and, besides, without respect apparently to anything ulterior, and yet again only under cover of drawing him to her. For over all these things, and interfusing itself with the speaking electricity in which she seemed to swim, was an ever-creeping and condensing haze of ambiguities. Often, in after times with her, did he recall this first magnetic night, and would seem to see that she then had bound him to her by an extraordinary atmospheric spell, both physical and spiritual, which henceforth it had become impossible for him to break, but whose full potency he never recognized till long after he had become habituated to its sway. This spell seemed one with that pantheistic master spell, which eternally locks in mystery and in muteness the universal subject world, and the physical electricalness of Isabel seemed reciprocal with the heat lightnings and the ground lightnings, nigh to which it had first become revealed to Pierre. She seemed moulded from fire and air, and vivified at some voltaic pile of August thunderclouds heaped against the sunset. The occasional sweet simplicity and innocence and humbleness of her story, her often serene and open aspect, her deep-seated but mostly quiet, unobtrusive sadness, and that touchingness of her less unwonted tone and air, these only the more signalized and contrastingly emphasized the profounder, subtler, and more mystic part of her. Especially did Pierre feel this when, after another silent interval, she now proceeded with her story in a manner so gently confiding, so entirely artless, so almost peasant-like in its simplicity, and dealing in some details so little sublimated in themselves, that it seemed well nigh impossible that this unassuming maid should be the same dark, regal being who had but just now bade Pierre be silent in so imperious a tone, and around whose wondrous temples the strange electric glory had been playing. Yet not very long did she show now thus innocently proceed, ere, at times, some fainter flashes of her electricalness came from her, but only to be followed by such melting, human, and most feminine traits as brought all his soft, enthusiast tears into the sympathetic but still unshedding eyes of Pierre. 4. Thou rememberest, my brother, my telling thee last night how thou knowest what I mean, that there, avertedly pointing to the guitar, thou rememberest how it came into my possession. But perhaps I did not tell thee that the pedlar said he had got it in barter from the servants of a great house some distance from the place where I was then residing. Pierre signed his acquiescence, and Isabel proceeded. Now, at long those stated intervals, that man passed the farmhouse in his trading route between the small towns and villages. When I discovered the gilding in the guitar, I kept watch for him, for though I truly felt persuaded that fate had the dispensing of her own secrets in her own good time, yet I also felt persuaded that in some cases fate drops us one little hint, leaving our own minds to follow it up, so that we of ourselves may come to the grand secret in reserve. So I kept diligent watch for him, and the next time he stopped, without permitting him at all to guess my motives, I contrived to steal out of him what great house it was from which the guitar had come, and my brother, it was the mansion of Saddle Meadows. Pierre started, and the girl went on. Yes, my brother, Saddle Meadows, old General Glendinning's place, he said. But the old hero's long dead and gone now, and the more's the pity, so is the young general, his son, dead and gone, but that there is a still younger grandson general left. That family always keep the title and the name a-going, yes, even to the surname. Pierre Glendinning was the white-haired old general's name, who fought in the old French and Indian wars, and Pierre Glendinning is his young great-grandson's name. Thou mayest well look at me so, my brother. Yes, he meant thee, my brother. But the guitar, cried Pierre. How came the guitar openly at Saddle Meadows? How came it to be bartered away by servants? Tell me that, Isabel. Do not put such impetuous questions to me, Pierre, else thou mayest recall the old— maybe it is the evil spell upon me. I cannot precisely and knowingly answer thee. I could surmise, but what are surmises worth? Oh, Pierre, better a million times and far sweeter are mysteries than surmises. Though the mystery be unfathomable, it is still the unfathomableness of fullness, but the surmise that is but shallow and unmeaning emptiness. But this is the most inexplicable point of all. Tell me, Isabel, surely thou must have thought something about this thing? Much, Pierre, very much, but only about the mystery of it. Nothing more. Could I would not now be fully told how the guitar came to be at Saddle Meadows, and came to be bartered away by the servants of Saddle Meadows. Enough that it found me out, and came to me, and spoke, and sung to me, and soothed me, and has been everything to me. She paused a moment. While vaguely to his secret self Pierre revolved these strange revealings, but now he was all attention again, as Isabel resumed. I now held in my mind's hand the clue, my brother, but I did not immediately follow it further up. Sufficient to me in my loneliness was the knowledge that I now knew where my father's family was to be found. As yet not the slightest intention of ever disclosing myself to them had entered my mind, and assured as I was that for obvious reasons none of his surviving relatives could possibly know me, even if they saw me for what I really was, I felt entire security in the event of encountering any of them by chance. But my unavoidable displacements and migrations from one house to another at last brought me within 12 miles of Saddle Meadows. I began to feel an increasing longing in me, but side by side with it a newborn and competing pride. Yes, pride, Pierre. Do my eyes flash? They belie me if they do not. But it is no common pride. Pierre, for what has Isabel to be proud of in this world? It is the pride of a too longing, loving heart, Pierre. The pride of lasting suffering and grief, my brother. Yes, I conquered the great longing with the still more powerful pride, Pierre, and so I would not now be here in this room, nor wouldst thou ever have received any line from me, nor in all worldly probability ever so much as heard of her who is called Isabel Banford, had it not been for my hearing that at Walter Over's, only 3 miles from the mansion of Saddle Meadows, poor Belle would find people kind enough to give her wages for her work. Feel my hand, my brother. Dear divine girl, my own exalted Isabel, cried Pierre, catching the offered hand with ungovernable emotion. How most unbeseeming that this strange hardness and this still stranger littleness should be united in any human hand. But hard and small, it by an opposite analogy hints of the soft, capacious heart that made the hands so hard with heavenly submission to thy most undeserved and martyred lot. Would, Isabel, that these my kisses on the hand were on the heart itself, and dropped the seeds of eternal joy and comfort there. He leapt to his feet, and stood before her with such warm, godlike majesty of love and tenderness, that the girl gazed up at him as though he were the one benignant star in all her general night. Isabel, cried Pierre, I stand the sweet penance in my father's stead, thou in thy mother's. By our earthly acts we shall redeemingly bless both their eternal lots. We will love with the pure and perfect love of angel to an angel. If ever I fall from thee, dear Isabel, may Pierre fall from himself, fall back for ever into vacant nothingness and night. My brother, speak not so to me. It is too much. Unused to any love ere now, thine, so heavenly and immense, falls crushing on me. Such love is almost hard to bear as hate. Be still, do not speak to me. They were both silent for a time. When she went on, Yes, my brother, fate had now brought me within 3 miles of thee, but shall I go straight on, and tell thee all, Pierre? All? Everything? Art thou of such divineness that I may speak straight on in all my thoughts, heedless whither they may flow, or what things they may float to me? Straight on and fearlessly, said Pierre. By chance I saw thy mother, Pierre, and under such circumstances that I knew her to be thy mother, but shall I go on? Straight on, my Isabel. Thou didst see my mother? Well? And when I saw her, though I spake not to her, nor she to me, yet straightway my heart knew that she would love me not. Thy heart spake true, muttered Pierre to himself. Go on. I re-swore an oath never to reveal myself to thy mother. Oath well sworn, again he muttered. Go on. But I saw thee, Pierre, and more than ever filled my mother toward thy father. Pierre then upheaved in me. Straightway I knew that if ever I should come to be made known to thee, then thy own generous love would open itself to me. Again thy heart spake true, he murmured. Go on, and didst thou re-swear again? No, Pierre, but yes, I did. I swore that thou wert my brother. With love and pride I swore that young and noble Pierre Glendinning was my brother. And only that? Nothing more, Pierre, not to thee even, did I ever think to reveal myself. How then? Thou art revealed to me. Yes, but the great God did it, Pierre, not poor Belle. Listen. I felt very dreary here. Poor dear Delly, thou must have heard something of her story, a most sorrowful house, Pierre. Hark, that is her seldom pausing pacing thou hearest from the floor above. So she keeps ever pacing, pacing. In her track, all threadbare, Pierre, is her chamber rug. Her father will not look upon her. Her mother, she hath cursed her to her face. Out of yon chamber, Pierre, Delly hath not slept for now 4 weeks and more, nor ever hath she once laid upon her bed. It was last made up 5 weeks ago. But paces, all through the night, till after 12, and then sits vacant in her chair. Often I would go to comfort her, but she says, nay, to me through the door, says nay, and only nay to me through the bolted door, bolted 3 weeks ago, when I by cunning art stole her dead baby from her, and with these fingers alone, by night, scooped out a hollow, and, seconding heaven's own charitable stroke, buried that sweet, wee symbol of her not unpardonable shame far from the ruthless foot of man. Yes, bolted 3 weeks ago, not once unbolted since. Her food I must thrust through the little window in her closet. Pierre, hardly these 2 handfuls has she eaten in a week. Curses, wasp-like, cohere on that villain Ned, and sting him to his death, cried Pierre, smit by this piteous tale. What can be done for her, sweet Isabel? Can Pierre do aught? If thou or I do not, then the ever-hospitable grave will prove her quick refuge, Pierre. Father and mother both are worse than dead and gone to her. They would have turned her forth, I think, but for my own poor petitionings, unceasing in her behalf. Pierre's deep concern now gave place to a momentary look of benevolent intelligence. Isabel, a thought of benefit to Delly has just entered me, but I am still uncertain how best it may be acted on. Resolved I am, though, to succour her. Do thou still hold her yet a while by thy sweet petitionings, till my further plans are more matured. Now run on with thy story, and so divert me from the pacing. Her every step steps in my soul. Thy noble heart hath many chambers, Pierre. The records of thy wealth, I see, are not bound up in the one poor book of Isabel, my brother. Thou art a visible token, Pierre, of the invisible angel hoods, which in our darker hours we do sometimes distrust. The gospel of thy acts goes very far, my brother. Were all men like to thee, then were there no men at all, mankind extinct in seraphim. Praises are for the base, my sister, cunningly to entice them to fair virtue by our ignorings of the ill in them, and our imputings of the good not theirs. So make not my head to hang, sweet Isabel. Praise me not. Go on now with thy tale. I have said to thee, my brother, how most dreary I found it here, and from the first. Wanted all my life to sadness, if it be such. Still, this house hath such acuteness in its general grief, such hopelessness and despair of any slightest remedy, that even poor Belle could scarce abide it always, without some little going forth into contrasting scenes. So I went forth into the places of delight, only that I might return more braced to minister in the haunts of woe. For continual unchanging residence therein doth but bring on one's woe's stupor, and make us as dead. So I went forth betimes, visiting the neighbouring cottages, where there were chattering children, and no one place vacant at the cheerful board. Thus, at last, I chanced to hear of the sewing circle to be held at the Miss Penny's, and how that they were anxious to press into their kind charity all the maidens of the country round. In various cottages I was besought to join, and they at length persuaded me, not that I was naturally loath to it, and needed such entreaties, but at first I felt great fear lest at such a scene I might closely encounter some of the Glendennings, and that thought was then namelessly repulsive to me. But by stealthy inquiries I learned that the lady of the manorial house would not be present. It proved deceptive information. But I went, and all the rest thou knowest. I do, sweet Isabel, but thou must tell it over to me, and all thy emotions there. 5. Though but one day hath passed, my brother, since we first met in life, yet thou hast that heavenly magnet in thee, which draws all my soul's interior to thee. I will go on. Having to wait for a neighbour's wagon, I arrived but late at the sewing circle. When I entered, the two joined rooms were very full. With the farmer's girls, our neighbours, I passed along to the further corner, where thou didst see me, and as I went, some heads were turned, and some whisperings I heard of. She's the new help at poor Walter Ulver's. The strange girl they've got. She thinks herself amazing pretty, I'll be bound, but nobody knows her. Oh, how demure, but not over good, I guess. I wouldn't be her, not I. Mayhap she's some other ruined Delhi, runaway, minx. It was the first time poor Belle had ever mixed in such a general crowded company, and knowing little or nothing of such things, I had thought that the meeting being for charity's sweet sake, uncharity could find no harbour there. But no doubt it was mere thoughtlessness, not malice in them. Still, it made my heart ache in me sadly, for then I very keenly felt the dread suspiciousness in which a strange and lonely grief invests itself to common eyes, as if grief itself were not enough, nor innocence any armour to us, but despite must also come and icy infamy. Miserable returnings then I had, even in the midst of bright budding girls and full-blown women. Miserable returnings then I had of the bewildering feeling of the inhumanities I spoke of in my earlier story. But Pierre, blessed Pierre, do not look so sadly and half reproachfully upon me. Lone and lost though I have been, I love my kind, and charitably and intelligently pity them who uncharitably and unintelligently do me despite. And thou, blessed brother, hath glorified many sombre places in my soul, and taught me once for all to know that my kind are capable of things which would be glorious in angels. So look away from me, dear Pierre, till thou hast taught thine eyes more wonted glances. They are vile, falsifying telegraphs of me then, sweet Isabel. What my look was I cannot tell, but my heart was only dark with ill-restrained upbraidings against heaven that could unrelentingly see such innocence as thine so suffer. Go on with thy too touching tale. Quietly I sat there sewing, not brave enough to look up at all, and thanking my good star that had led me to so concealed a nook behind the rest. Quietly I sat there, sewing on a flannel shirt, and with each stitch praying God that whatever heart it might be folded over, the flannel might hold it truly warm and keep out the wide world coldness which I felt myself, and which no flannel, or thickest fur, or any fire then could keep off from me. Quietly I sat there sewing, when I heard the announcing words. Oh, how deep and ineffaceably engraved they are! Ah, dames, dames, Madam Glendinning, Master Pierre Glendinning. Instantly, my sharp needle went through my side and stitched my heart. The flannel dropped from my hand. Thou heardest my shriek. But the good people bore me still nearer to the casement close at hand, and threw it open wide. And God's own breath breathed on me, and I rallied, and said it was some merest passing fit. 'Twas quite over now. I was used to it. They had my heart's best, thanks, but would they now only leave me to myself, it were best for me. I would go on and sew. And thus it came and passed away, and again I sat sewing on the flannel, hoping either that the unanticipated persons would soon depart, or else that some spirit would catch me away from there. I sat sewing on, till Pierre, without looking up, for that I dared not do at any time that evening, only once, without looking up, or knowing aught but the flannel on my knee and the needle in my heart, Pierre felt a glance of magnetic meaning on me. Long I, shrinking sideways, turned to meet it, but could not, till some helping spirit seized me, and all my soul looked up at thee in my full fronting face. It was enough. Fate was in that moment. All the loneliness of my life, all the choked longings of my soul now poured over me. I could not away from them. Then first I felt the complete deplorableness of my state, that while thou, my brother, had a mother, and troops of aunts and cousins, and plentiful friends in city and in country, I, Isabel, thy own father's daughter, was thrust out of all heart's gates, and shivered in the winter way. But this was but the least. Not poor Belle can tell thee all the feelings of poor Belle, or what feelings she felt first. It was all one whirl of old and new bewilderings, mixed and slanted with a driving madness. But it was the most sweet, inquisitive, kindly, interested aspect of thy face, so strangely like thy father's, too, the one only being that I first did love. It was that which most stirred the distracting storm in me, most charged me with the immense longings for some one of my blood to know me and to own me, though but once and then away. Oh, my dear brother, Pierre, couldst thou take out my heart and look at it in thy hand, then thou wouldst find it all overwritten, this way and that, and crossed again, and yet again, with continual lines of longings that found no end but in suddenly calling thee. Call him, he will come. So cried my heart to me, so cried the leaves and stars to me, as I that night went home. But pride rose up, the very pride in my own longings, and as one arm pulled, the other held. So I stood still and called thee not. But fate will be fate, and it was fated. Once having met thy fixed, regardful glance, once having seen the full angelicalness in thee, my whole soul was undone by thee, my whole pride was cut off at the root, and soon showed a blighting in the bud, which spread deep into my whole being, till I knew that utterly decay and die away I must, unless pride let me go, and I, with the one little trumpet of a pen, blew my heart's shrillest blast, and called dear Pierre to me. My soul was full, and as my beseeching ink went tracing o'er the page, my tears contributed their mite, and made a strange alloy. How blessed I felt that my so bitterly tear-mingled ink, that last depth of my anguish, would never be visibly known to thee, but the tears would dry upon the page, and all be fair again, ere the so submerged freighted letter should meet thine eye. Ah, there thou wast deceived, poor Isabel, cried Pierre impulsively. Thy tears dried not fair, but dried red, almost like blood, and nothing so much moved my inmost soul as that tragic sight. How? How? Pierre, my brother, dried they red? Oh, horrible! Enchantment most undreamed of! Nay, the ink, something chemic, in it changed thy real tears to seeming blood. Only that, my sister. Oh, Pierre, thus wonderfully is it, seems to me, that our own hearts do not ever know the extremity of their own sufferings. Sometimes we bleed blood when we think it only water. Of our sufferings, as of our talents, others sometimes are the better judges. But stop me, force me backward to my story. Yet, methinks that now thou knowest all. No, not entirely all. Thou dost not know what planned and winnowed motive I did have in writing thee, nor does poor Belle know that, for poor Belle was too delirious to have planned and winnowed motives then. The impulse in me called thee, not poor Belle. God called thee, Pierre, not poor Belle. Even now, when I have passed one night after seeing thee, and hearkening to all thy full love and graciousness, even now I stand as one amazed, and feel not what may be coming to me, or what will now befall me, from having so rashly claimed thee for mine. Pierre, now, this instant, a vague anguish fills me. Tell me, by loving me, by owning me, publicly or secretly, tell me, doth it involve any vital hurt to thee? Speak without reserve, speak honestly, as I do to thee. Speak now, Pierre, and tell me all. Is love a harm? Can truth betray to pain? Sweet Isabel, how can hurt come in the path to God? Now, when I know thee all, now did I forget thee, fail to acknowledge thee, and love thee before the wide world's whole brazen width, could I do that? Then mightst thou ask thy question reasonably, and say, Tell me, Pierre, does not the suffocating in thee of poor Belle's holy claims, does not that involve for thee unending misery? And my truthful soul would echo, Unending misery? Nay, nay, nay. Thou art my sister, and I am thy brother, and that part of the world which knows me shall acknowledge thee, or by heaven I will crush the disdainful world down on its knees to thee, my sweet Isabel. The menacings in thine eyes are dear delights to me. I grow up with thy own glorious stature, and in thee, my brother, I see God's indignant ambassador to me, saying, Up, up, Isabel, and take no terms from the common world, but do thou make terms to it, and grind thy fierce rights out of it. Thy catching nobleness unsexes me, my brother, and now I know that in her most exalted moment, then woman no more feels the twin-born softness of her breasts, but feels chain armor palpitating there. Her changed attitude to beautiful audacity, her long scornful hair, that trailed out a dishevelled banner, her wonderful transfigured eyes, in which some meteors seemed playing up, all this now seemed to Pierre the work of an invisible enchanter. Transformed she stood before him, and Pierre, bowing low over to her, owned that irrespective, darting majesty of humanity, which can be majestical and menacing in woman as in man. But her gentler sex returned to Isabel at last, and she sat silent in the casement's niche, looking out upon the soft ground lightnings of the electric summer night. 6. Sadly smiling, Pierre broke the pause. My sister, thou art so rich that thou must do me alms. I am very hungry, I've forgotten to eat since breakfast, and now thou shalt bring me bread and a cup of water, Isabel, ere I go forth from thee. Last night I went rummaging in a pantry, like a bakehouse burglar, but tonight thou and I must sup together. Isabel, for as we may henceforth live together, let us begin forthwith to eat in company. Isabel looked up at him with sudden and deep emotion, then all acquiescing sweetness, and silently left the room. As she returned, Pierre, casting his eyes toward the ceiling, said, "She is quiet now. The pacing hath entirely ceased. Not the beating, though. Her foot hath paused, not her unceasing heart. My brother, she is not quiet now. Quiet for her hath gone, so that the pivoted stillness of this night is yet a noisy madness to her. Give me pen or pencil and some paper, Isabel." She laid down her loaf and plate and knife and brought him pen and ink and paper. Pierre took the pen. "Was this the one, dear Isabel?" "It is the one, my brother. None other is in this poor cot." He gazed at it intensely. Then, turning to the table, steadily wrote the following note. For Deli Ulver, with the deep and true regard and sympathy of Pierre Glendenning. Thy sad story, partly known before, hath now more fully come to me from one who sincerely feels for thee, and who hath imparted her own sincerity to me. Thou desirest to quit this neighbourhood, and be somewhere at peace, and find some secluded employ fitted to thy sex and age. With this, I now willingly charge myself, and insure it to thee, so far as my utmost ability can go. Therefore, if consolation be not wholly spurned by thy great grief, which too often happens, thou it be but grief's great folly so to feel. Therefore, two true friends of thine do here beseech thee to take some little heart to thee, and bethink thee that all thy life is not yet lived, that time hath surest healing in his continuous balm. Be patient yet a little while, till thy future lot be disposed for thee, through our best help, and so know me and Isabel thy earnest friends and true-hearted lovers." He handed the note to Isabel. She read it silently and put it down, and spread her 2 hands over him, and with one motion lifted her eyes toward Delhi and toward God. "Thou thinkest it will not pain her to receive the note, Isabel? Thou knowest best. I thought that ere our help do really reach her, some promise of it now might prove slight comfort. But keep it, and do as thou thinkest best." "Then straightway will I give it her, my brother," said Isabel, quitting him. And in fixing stillness now thrust a long rivet through the night, and fast nailed it to that side of the world. And alone again in such an hour, Pierre could not but listen. He heard Isabel's step on the stair, then it approached him from above. Then he heard a gentle knock, and thought he heard a rustling, as of paper slid over a threshold underneath a door. Then another advancing and opposite step tremblingly met Isabel's, and then both steps stepped from each other, and soon Isabel came back to him. "Thou didst knock and slide it underneath the door?" "Yes, and she hath it now. Hark! A sobbing. Thank God, long arid grief hath found a tear at last. Pity, sympathy hath done this. Pierre, for thy dear deed thou art already sainted, ere thou be dead." "Do saints hunger, Isabel?" said Pierre, striving to call her away from this. "Come, give me the loaf, but no, thou shalt help me, my sister. Thank thee. This is twice over the bread of sweetness. Is this of thine own making, Isabel?" "My own making, my brother." "Give me the cup. Hand it to me with thine own hand. So. Isabel, my heart and soul are now full of deepest reverence, yet I do dare to call this the real sacrament of the supper. Eat with me." They eat together without a single word, and without a single word Pierre rose and kissed her pure and spotless brow, and without a single word departed from the place. 7. We know not Pierre Glendenning's thoughts as he gained the village and passed on beneath its often shrouding trees, and saw no light from man, and heard no sound from man, but only, by intervals, saw at his feet the soft ground lightnings, snake-like, playing in and out among the blades of grass, and between the trees caught the far dim light from heaven, and heard the far wide general hum of the sleeping but still breathing earth. He paused before a detached and pleasant house, with much shrubbery about it. He mounted the portico and knocked distinctly there, just as the village clock struck 1. He knocked, but no answer came. He knocked again, and soon he heard a sash thrown up in the second story, and an astonished voice inquired who was there. "It is Pierre Glendenning, and he desires an instant interview with the Reverend Mr. Falsgrave." "Do I hear right? In heaven's name, what is the matter, young gentleman?" "Everything is the matter. The whole world is the matter. Will you admit me, sir?" "Certainly, but I beseech thee, nay, stay, I will admit thee." In quicker time than could have been anticipated, the door was opened to Pierre by Mr. Falsgrave in person, holding a candle, and invested in his very becoming student's wrapper of Scotch plaid. "For heaven's sake, what is the matter, Mr. Glendenning?" "Heaven and earth is the matter, sir. Shall we go up to the study?" "Certainly, but... "Well, let us proceed, then." They went upstairs, and soon found themselves in the clergyman's retreat, and both sat down, the amazed host still holding the candle in his hand, and intently eyeing Pierre with an apprehensive aspect. "Thou art a man of God, sir, I believe?" "I? Upon my word, Mr. Glendenning." "Yes, sir, the world calls thee a man of God. Now, what hast thou, the man of God, decided with my mother concerning Delhi Ulver?" "Delhi Ulver? Why, what can this madness mean?" "It means, sir, what have thou and my mother decided concerning Delhi Ulver?" "She? Delhi Ulver? She is to depart the neighbourhood. Why, her own parents want her not." "How is she to depart? Who is to take her? Art thou to take her? Where is she to go? Who has food for her? What is to keep her from the pollution to which such as she are every day driven to contribute by the detestable uncharitableness and heartlessness of the world?" "Mr. Glendenning," said the clergyman, now somewhat calmly putting down the candle and folding himself with dignity in his gown, "Mr. Glendenning, I will not now make any mention of my natural astonishment at this most unusual call, and the most extraordinary time of it. Thou hast sought information upon a certain point, and I have given it to thee, to the best of my knowledge. All thy after and incidental questions I choose to have no answer for. I will be most happy to see thee at any other time, but for the present thou must excuse my presence. Good night, sir." But Pierre sat entirely still, and the clergyman could not but remain standing still. "I perfectly comprehend the whole, sir. Delhi Ulver, then, is to be driven out to starve or rot, and this, too, by the acquiescence of a man of God. Mr. Falsgrave, the subject of Delhi, deeply interesting as it is to me, is only the preface to another still more interesting to me, and concerning which I once cherished some slight hope that thou wouldst have been able, in thy Christian character, to sincerely and honestly counsel me. But a hint from heaven assures me now that thou hast no earnest and world-disdaining counsel for me. I must seek it direct from God himself, whom, I now know, never delegates his holiest admonishings. But I do not blame thee. I think I begin to see how thy profession is unavoidably entangled by all fleshly alliances, and cannot move with godly freedom in a world of benefices. I am more sorry than indignant. Pardon me for my most uncivil call, and know me as not thy enemy. Good night, sir. Book 9. More light, and the gloom of that light. More gloom, and the light of that gloom. 1. In those Hyperborean regions to which enthusiastic truth and earnestness and independence will invariably lead a mind fitted by nature for profound and fearless thought, all objects are seen in a dubious, uncertain, and refracting light. Viewed through that rarefied atmosphere, the most immemorially admitted maxims of men begin to slide and fluctuate, and finally become wholly inverted, the very heavens themselves being not innocent of producing this confounding effect, since it is mostly in the heavens themselves that these wonderful mirages are exhibited. But the example of many minds forever lost, like undiscoverable Arctic explorers, amid those treacherous regions, warn us entirely away from them, and we learn that it is not for man to follow the trail of truth too far, since by so doing he entirely loses the directing compass of his mind. For arrived at the pole, to whose barrenness only it points, there the needle indifferently respects all points of the horizon alike. But even the less distant regions of thought are not without their singular introversions. Hardly any sincere man of ordinary reflective powers, and accustomed to exercise them at all, must have been independently struck by the thought that, after all, what is so enthusiastically applauded as the march of mind, meaning the inroads of truth into error, which has ever been regarded by hopeful persons as the one fundamental thing most earnestly to be prayed for as the greatest possible Catholic blessing in the world. Almost every thinking man must have been some time or other struck with the idea that, in certain respects, a tremendous mistake may be lurking here, since all the world does never gregariously advance to truth, but only here and there some of its individuals do, and by advancing leave the rest behind, cutting themselves for ever adrift from their sympathy, and making themselves always liable to be regarded with distrust, dislike, and often downright, though oft-times concealed, fear and hate. What wonder, then, that those advanced minds, which in spite of advance happen still to remain, for the time, ill-regulated, should now and then be goaded into turning round in acts of wanton aggression upon sentiments and opinions now forever left in their rear. Certain it is that in their earlier stages of advance, especially in youthful minds as yet untranquilized by long habituation to the world as it inevitably and eternally is, this aggressiveness is almost invariably manifested and as invariably afterward deplored by themselves. That amazing shock of practical truth, which in the compass of a very few days and hours had not so much advanced as magically transplanted the youthful mind of Pierre far beyond all common discernments, it had not been entirely unattended by the lamentable rearward aggressiveness we have endeavored to portray above. Yielding to that unwarrantable mood, he had invaded the profound midnight slumbers of the Reverend Mr. Falsgrave, and most discourteously made war upon that really amiable and estimable person. But as through the strange force of circumstances his advance in insight had been so surprisingly rapid, so also was now his advance in some sort of wisdom, in charitableness, and his concluding words to Mr. Falsgrave sufficiently evinced that already ere quitting that gentleman's study, he had begun to repent his ever entering it on such a mission. And as he now walked on in the profound meditations induced by the hour, and as all that was in him stirred to and fro, intensely agitated by the ever-creative fire of enthusiastic earnestness, he became fully alive to many palliating considerations, which, had they previously occurred to him, would have peremptorily forbidden his impulsive intrusion upon the respectable clergyman. But it is through the malice of this earthly air that only by being guilty of folly does mortal man in many cases arrive at the perception of sense. A thought which should forever free us from hasty imprecations upon our ever-recurring intervals of folly, since though folly be our teacher, sense is the lesson she teaches, since if folly wholly depart from us, further sense will be her companion in the flight, and we will be left standing midway in wisdom. For it is only the miraculous vanity of man which ever persuades him that even for the most richly gifted mind there ever arrives an earthly period where it can truly say to itself, I have come to the ultimate of human speculative knowledge. Hereafter, at this present point, I will abide. Sudden onsets of new truth will assail him and overturn him as the Tartars did China, for there is no China wall that man can build in his soul which shall permanently stay the eruptions of those barbarous hordes which truth ever nourishes in the loins of her frozen yet teeming north, so that the empire of human knowledge can never be lasting in any one destiny, since truth still gives new emperors to the earth. But the thoughts we here indite as Pierre's are to be very carefully discriminated from those we indite concerning him. Ignorant at this time of the ideas concerning the reciprocity and partnership of folly and sense, in contributing to the mental and moral growth of the mind, Pierre keenly upbraided his thoughtlessness, and began to stagger in his soul, as distrustful of that radical change in his general sentiments, which had thus hurried him into a glaring impropriety and folly, as distrustful of himself, the most wretched distrust of all. But this last distrust was not of the heart, for heaven itself, so he felt, had sanctified that with its blessing, but it was the distrust of his intellect, which, in undisciplinedly espousing the manly enthusiast, cause of his heart, seemed to cast a reproach upon that cause itself. But though evermore hath the earnest heart an eventful balm for the most deplorable error of the head, yet in the intervals small alleviation is to be had, and the whole man droops into nameless melancholy. Then it seems as though the most magnanimous and virtuous resolutions were only intended for fine spiritual emotions, not as mere preludes to their bodily translation into acts, since in essaying their embodiment we have but proved ourselves miserable bunglers, and thereupon taken ignominious shame to ourselves. Then, too, the never entirely repulsed hosts of commonness and conventionalness and worldly prudent-mindedness return to the charge, press hard on the faltering soul, and with inhuman hootings deride all its nobleness as mere eccentricity, which further wisdom and experience shall assuredly cure. The man is as seized by arms and legs, and convulsively pulled either way by his own indecisions and doubts. Blackness advances her banner over this cruel altercation, and he droops and swoons beneath its folds. It was precisely in this mood of mind that, at about 2 a.m, Pierre, with a hanging head, now crossed the private threshold of the mansion of Saddle Meadows. 2. In the profoundly silent heart of a house full of sleeping serving men and maids, Pierre now sat in his chamber before his accustomed round table, still tossed with the books and papers which, 3 days before, he had abruptly left for a sudden and more absorbing object. Uppermost and most conspicuous among the books were the Inferno of Dante and the Hamlet of Shakespeare. His mind was wandering and vague. His arm wandered and was vague. Soon he found the open Inferno in his hand, and his eye met the following lines, allegorically overscribed within the arch of the outgoings of the womb of human life. Through me you pass into the city of woe. Through me you pass into eternal pain. Through me, among the people lost for aye. All hope abandon, ye who enter here. He dropped the fatal volume from his hand. He dropped his fated head upon his chest. His mind was wandering and vague. His arm wandered and was vague. Some moments passed, and he found the open Hamlet in his hand, and his eyes met the following lines. The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. He dropped the too true volume from his hand. His petrifying heart dropped hollowly within him, as a pebble down Carys brook well. III. The man, Dante Alighieri, received unforgivable affronts and insults from the world, and the poet, Dante Alighieri, bequeathed his immortal curse to it in the sublime malediction of the Inferno. The fiery tongue whose political forkings lost him the solacements of this world found its malicious counterpart in that muse of fire which would forever bar the vast bulk of mankind from all solacement in the worlds to come. Fortunately for the felicity of the dilettante in literature, the horrible allegorical meanings of the Inferno lie not on the surface, but unfortunately for the earnest and youthful piercers into truth and reality, those horrible meanings, when first discovered, infuse their